It's Sunday again. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you guys are all doing well, because I know I am feeling quite fine. Got a new chair. Got a new outlook. Had some thoughts. But yeah, no, everything so far is going fairly well for 2022, January. We're halfway through January already somehow. Football is going on, so that's good. Oh, this thing? Dude, so I did not, and if you want to, James, you can jump into chat too if you want to talk. But I didn't realize that, especially being a bigger guy, how the width of something makes so much difference. Like, I didn't realize how much my old chair was digging into the sides of my hips until I sat down this thing for once. But now it's like I'm sitting all the way back. My back is being supported. It's being pushed up. I don't feel like I'm sitting on anything really harsh or anything. It feels right. What are you doing today, James, by the way? Oh, dude, like, yes, they're expensive. I will give them that. They're not the cheapest. Big bone people like us. Yeah, well, you're also tall, too. I'm not tall. I'm just short and stout. But yeah, no, it's definitely worth every penny. It's Secret Labs Titan Evo XL. Like, it just feels right. And I like it so far. So it's been, what, a year since I made the jump from Twitch to YouTube? Yeah, because I started... 2021 was 100% YouTube, because I started at the beginning of the year. And now I'm here, and I've been here for a year. Hey, Subzink.
Hey, sounds about right.
Yeah, it's been a year since I've been here.
Nice.
And I haven't done any videos because other than streaming, because I self-sabotage myself so hard.
It does appear to be like that sometimes.
Well, so something that was said to me in the last couple weeks that really hit true and like stuck in my head was it's better to be done than perfect. And every time I would complete a video or I would do something with a video, I always knew that I could do better. So I chucked it and tried to do better. The problem with that spiral is it's never ending.
There's a saying I heard a long time ago, and I'm probably gonna misquote it real quick, but it's better to do something half-assed than to not do anything at all.
Yeah. So, and it wasn't like it was half-assed. I mean, I've got a feeling these things would have been good, but
I mean, if you look at it in the way of depression, if
yeah,
you're depressed and you haven't showered or something like that, and, just getting up and, say, washing your face, that's better to do that than to just not do that at all.
Yeah. And so that's kind of where I've been on the video front is I started off the year by going, okay, I need to learn some of the software stuff. So I'll just kind of grab a bunch of stuff and I'll learn the mechanics of the software. And some guide videos for your favorite game, that would be kind of cool, Cookie. I've been thinking about doing something along those lines. I've got some other video ideas too that I've been wanting to toss in, but I'm also going to be doing stuff like taking notes, because my streams end up being more of a podcast with gaming than just straight gaming streams. Is taking clips and doing shorts with them or TikToks or something to get some other content as well. But yeah, guide videos. RuneScape beginner guide videos. That would be kind of fun.
Videos. How to beat the game in less than 5 minutes.
Right? Clickbait the shit out of everything.
Right. Number 8 will shock you.
Entire series of you getting dumpstered learning Escape from Tarkov for real this time. 101 unique ways to die in Escape from Tarkov. But yeah, no, so I started off by wanting to learn the software, and before I knew it, time just got away because I wasn't actually working on anything real. I was just jerking around with it. And then I got in that cycle of I make something, I don't like it because I think I could change some things, so I scrap the whole thing, start over. And before I knew it, the kids were moving in with me at the fourth quarter of last year and trying to get used to that. And now I got all my kids living with me full time, and I just need to just do it. So I'm going to try to at least put something out. I actually made my first TikTok for the first time, which was stupid, but it was something. And it's funny how that kind of works, because I was like, okay, yes, it's 15 seconds of pure stupidity, but it's better than 0 seconds of nothing. Yeah, that might take a week or so to get the footage. Zing?
What's up?
Have you watched the new Matrix movie yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's on my to-do list, and I hear it's leaving pretty soon.
It's... I don't know how to... I was thinking about how to give like a one-phrase synopsis of the movie. And I think the best I could come up with was, I don't know what I was expecting, but it definitely wasn't that. And I
understandable. I've heard mixed reviews.
Don't know if it's a good it's that or a bad it's that. Cook, have you seen the new Matrix? Like, I don't now I'm really paranoid about spoiling it, because there's people that haven't seen it in here. So I mean, when did it come out? What is the usual
December.
What is the usual time frame to wait to spoil something? How long to wait before spoilers?
At least 10 years now.
Unless the spoiler is huge, wait till it's released on DVD or rentals for a week so everyone has a chance to watch.
Yeah, I don't know if we're there yet.
The only movie I thought in theaters is No Way Home. Was that any good?
Yeah, that was actually really good. Really cathartic.
So, Matrix, and I'm going to do this without spoiling the movie, other than to say, don't watch it expecting the... So, Matrix 1 was taking new concepts, new ideas, and making it and bringing it to the screen. The Wachowskis did a really good job of taking things that people hadn't done before and bringing it to the silver screen and making it really, really good. Like, they introduced concepts that maybe were not mainstream at the time, and it was very forward thinking that way. Matrix 2 and 3 came along, and they were much more cerebral. And so it became a game of watching the movies to try to figure out what the deeper meanings were, to try to justify the fact that you were actually watching the absolute crap that was Matrix 2 and 3. Matrix 4 is none of those. So don't go in expecting the most bleeding edge everything, and don't expect going into it trying to search for deeper meanings to anything.
Do we at least know what happens after the end of 3?
It was addressed.
All right, that's really all about what I'm looking for.
Now, does it make a whole bunch of sense? Sort of. But it was at least addressed a bit. So so it doesn't make fun of itself as bad as, like, say, Deadpool made fun of that movie and the genre, with the fourth wall breaking and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It does, however, address it very tongue-in-cheek that way. It makes fun of the audience, it makes fun of the studios, and it makes fun of itself.
Excellent.
But it does it in a way that's not... Like Deadpool, it did it in a comedic way.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't try to take itself too seriously, and it doesn't try to degrade itself at all, but it kind of makes fun of itself, and it's not terrible way. So if you're going in expecting the bleeding edge and the cutting and what Matrix 1 was, you'll be disappointed. If you go in looking for answers to everything and the cerebral side of 2 and 3, you're going to be horribly disappointed. Go into it expecting a sort of continuation of a story, but in a way that was to appease the studio.
Gotcha.
And that's about how I can put it without spoiling it.
Right on.
Because I really don't want to spoil it, because once I understood what the movie was, I enjoyed it a lot more.
Gotcha.
Had I gone in, and that's kind of what I had heard prior to, was don't go in expecting a continuation of any of the three previous. Just go in expecting a story with familiar characters.
I wish I would have heard that with Dune.
See, I haven't watched Dune yet. I was about to watch it the other night.
Don't go in expecting, like an actual complete story. They stopped it about halfway through the book.
Ooh, okay.
So it was all the monotony of the early on stuff. They didn't even get to the fun parts yet.
They never managed to get to the fun parts.
No. And they stopped it right before one of the most crucial and fun parts of the story, and I'm just pissed because it's one of those. There's a chance that it might not even come back too. So it's like.
Oh, so it's not like a Lord of the Rings situation where they've already got the next ones planned or canned or anything like that.
Yeah, it doesn't even sound like they've shot the second part of it yet.
Oh no. That's never a good thing, because when you do it and you don't get it all down at once, first half flops, you'll never get a second.
Yeah, it's like a COVID thing too, because COVID happened, and then the fact that they did everything remotely, or they did everything digitally, you ran into issues like that.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, and I have not watched the new Ghostbusters yet, Afterlife.
Oh, it's phenomenal. It is really good.
It
is so good.
After watching The Matrix, I was like, okay, is this just going to be it kind of made me hesitate before watching another continuation of a beloved.
Mm-hmm. It's a legitimate continuation of 1 and 2.
Oh, okay. Good. Because while standalone by itself, I did not mind the third one. If the idea of it was to be in the Ghostbusters world, it was not a bad movie. If you were looking for it to continue the story, you were going to hate it no matter what.
Mm-hmm. And this one, they actually leave it open for newer generations.
Good. Well, I figured that the tone of the movie would be a lot better because who was directing it was the son was Reitner, the son of the original director.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew that he would not do his dad wrong.
Right.
So that going into that, I understood that part. But all right, I will definitely watch it and be happy to watch it now.
Yeah, it was a really good movie. Also a cathartic movie too.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out because
it's one of those. I have it now on Vudu, so we could do like a movie night at some point, like in person or on Discord.
Yeah, we can do something in person too. We could definitely do something in person. Because I know Hill liked the first two a lot. And had not seen the third one yet.
Voodoo has some pretty good bundles out there, so I ended up picking up a few of the bundles from them.
Oh, okay.
So they had one for, I think it was like all 3 Ghostbuster movies, like actual continuation of the story. I think $26 for all 3.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
That was like 4K.
Nice.
And then for then I also picked up all the Spider-Man, so Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland, all of those, including No Way Home. And then once No Way Home comes out, I'll get access to it.
All right.
And that one was a bit more pricey. I think it ended up being $60, but that's what, 8 movies.
Yeah.
So I mean that's not bad considering, and that was all 4K as well. And then you can sit there and tie your Voodoo to movies anywhere, and then all the places that allow the licensing to go through, then you can watch them on other apps and stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at all of that and digging deeper. Oy, oy, oy. So what you been up to, man? It feels like it's been a while since I've talked to you. At least on here.
Been working out a whole bunch. Been doing that a lot actually, about 6 days a week, give or take.
Nice.
Been doing a lot of VR stuff because I got the Quest 2 there, so I've been doing a lot of like the workout stuff on that and trying to get a semblance of VR legs down, but yeah, that's not working very well.
Is that does that work effectively as a workout tool?
Oh yeah, especially if you're going for like aerobic stuff. So I have an app called Supernatural VR, and they have like a thing called boxing and then flow. Flow is kind of similar to Beat Saber, but instead of Beat Saber, the harder the songs get, the more finesse you want to have in the movement. So you don't want to have big movements. Their thing's all about big movements because you want to have those huge giant moving motions because that works all your muscle sets and actually gives you a workout. So yeah, it's been really good, and I've been doing a lot of their boxing stuff because it gives you a good like hit workout, high intensity.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
I do that, and then I'll do like maybe weightlifting afterwards, or I'll actually do Beat Saber to keep the heart rate up and do some more cardio.
Yeah.
And then at some point, I need to do some outdoor riding because I got winter gear to do winter riding.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up dragging. I need to go and break it up and figure out how it's all gonna work together. If I need to drag my bike in here, or what I need to do to set it up on a. Because I bought one of those things, but it was a cheap one on Amazon, so I don't know how good it is to begin with. Never opened the box. Trainer. Well, it's like a little like tripod thing that you set up to
You connect your back wheel to it so you can pedal?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what it is. But like I said, I never actually opened it, so I don't remember 100%.
Mm-hmm. It's like my thing is I like riding outdoors. Riding indoors for me is abysmal. It's just so monotonous. And like I can ride for an hour, you know, at my normal speed and pace.
Yeah.
And then like the stationary bike I have now says, "Oh, you only went 5 miles," and I'm like, "The fuck I did." It's like that's easily a 12-mile ride. So whatever units of measurement they're doing, they aren't very precise.
So it says it's a magnetic bike trainer stand for indoor riding, noise reduction wheels, stationary bike resistance trainer for road and mountain bikes. Here, let me send you the link to this real quick.
Yeah, I actually started out with one. I bought one from Summit City Bikes when it was still Summit City.
What is it now?
And it is Trek Bikes now.
So it's cheap, obviously, because I'm a cheapskate.
Right. I mean, if it works, it works.
But I think it should work fairly well.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's got a pretty decent build to it. Like, it actually looks relatively strong there, so. And they're really easy to set up.
Yeah, I mean, those things just go on the lugs, right? So
Yeah.
it's not like it's anything special.
Mm-mm.
They just go on the lugs and run it from there.
Yep.
Which isn't a terrible thing to do, I guess.
I mean, once you tighten up the back part to the wheel and you give it some tension on there, you know, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Because I think that'll help with some cardio as well as my legs without being impacty for my knee.
Right. And if you need like if you actually want to start doing some like leg workout stuff, look into recumbent bikes, and not necessarily like actual bicycles. Those are pretty pricey still right now, but like they make like stationary bikes that are recumbent, and they're super easy on the knees. Like it's what they do for a lot of people who have like knee problems and like senior citizens and stuff, because they usually have like a chair you can lean back in and then you just pedal with your legs.
Yeah. They are not cheap though. You are not kidding.
No, like the actual bikes themselves, yeah, I think the cheapest one I saw one time was about $1,000, and that's when we had a supply chain.
Yeah, that's the problem with buying anything right now is supply chain problems. Like everything is just so expensive because of supply chain issues.
Oh yeah. Like I was looking up graphics cards yesterday out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Like we had Shay buy a computer, and it came with like a 27, was there a 2070 whatever.
Yeah.
And I was just curious to see like what her card was going for. It's almost $2,000 right now.
Yeah, you can still kind of get the lotteries are in line to buy them for MSRP, but good luck.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not worth it.
No one's got. If you can wait, great, but dear Lord.
I'm glad they're at least doing lotteries and stuff like that right now, because it stops the scalpers from just buying everything out and then turning around and selling them for more than what they're worth. I'd honestly love to see Bitcoin mining go to TPUs over GPUs.
They're not as readily available. That's the problem.
They're starting to become more readily available. There's a lot of models that have been released. But you know, have them switch over to something like that instead of GPUs.
Single fan 3060 RTX 3060 12 gigabyte. And they're available local for $619.
Not even worth it.
PNY 3060. The single fan, though, I'm a little nervous about.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't touch that one. At least me. I wouldn't go after that.
No, I wouldn't either. It's the only one that's not sold out, though. God damn. I think you can get you can get a AMD card right now, though.
Oh, they're still fuck all expensive too.
$650 for the 8 gig, the 6600 XT.
Where are you looking at for that?
BestBuy.com. Get it now. Buy it now. Free shipping Monday, January 24th. Or order now for pickup Wednesday, January 26th. It's an XFX Speedster AMD Radeon RX 6600 XT 8 gig. They have the 12 gig, the 6700 XT for $1,000.
Oh, I think those are the older generations. I don't think those match up with like even the 1080s.
Hang on.
They might be a little close to the 1080s.
They're not worth it.
Oh, what's up, Trident?
Oh, look.
Now the new one might be worth it. The actual the what is it? The 69 XT, because that one was actually just a hair better than the 3090s.
Yeah, 6900 XT.
But then you're up in that price range territory where it costs more for a graphics card.
No, we're just looking. We're just kind of just chatting and talking back and forth, seeing what Best Buy has to offer.
Yeah, there's not any good ones out right now.
Dude, I did find this though. It's a PNY RTX 3060 12 gig single fan for $619.
Yeah, that goes for $250.
Or it's supposed to.
Right.
Yeah. Or maybe it's $350. I don't know.
I was looking at
Best Buy has it for $619.
one of our friends has we got her to buy a pre-built kit so she could play games and stuff and stream whenever she streams. And yeah, like her card, she has a 2070 in there, and I was looking up the prices of it yesterday just out of curiosity. The card she has is almost worth $2,000.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's ridiculous.
I am so happy that when I built this thing that I did, because it was right before the 3000 series was announced. You remember that we had those long conversations for almost 2 weeks about whether I should just grab the 2070 Super or wait until the 3000 series. And then they dropped that leak, that leak or whatever that said that the NVENC chip was not getting upgraded. So I just decided to pull the trigger on the 2070. Within 2 weeks of me doing that is when prices just suddenly inflated massively. I was one of the last people to get a graphics card at MSRP.
Yeah,
right.
It was right before the crypto took off with Ethereum.
Yep. And I count myself lucky for just holding my nose and saying, all right, I'll just do 2070 Super for now. The NVENC isn't getting upgraded, so I'm not losing anything there. It'll run everything that I play anyway. Why not?
4000 series.
That's what I was thinking well, depending on what happens to supply chains and crypto by that. May not even be able to... grab
Crypto's
those.
going ASIC.
Are they finally going ASIC?
They're making proof of stake Ethereum. So when that happens, GPUs are out.
Good. And then we can go back to having normal GPU prices again.
It's still gonna take. It'll still take a while because they'll have to.
Oh yeah, they'll have to get rid of those cards.
Well, that, and they'll have to wait for people to just hold out and not buy, and then they'll just have such a huge stockpile of shit that they're gonna be like, well, we need to get this cleared out, so we got to drop the prices. It's a battle of wits.
It'll happen eventually.
But yeah, like I'm looking at I'm on a PC part picker right now, and even it's a 2080 Super with only 8 gigs of memory. That is the cheapest. Yeah, no, that's like the cheapest card they have on there. 1,500. Like that card, not even worth it.
Well,
It's also a blower card too.
Oh yeah, blower cards are worse. So yeah, where the best prices to get actual GPUs is like Build Redux or Build by NZXT, because those are MSRP. But you're getting a whole computer.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty much where we're at right now, is you just got to buy a whole computer to get a graphics, to get a card.
Yeah.
And depending on the card and depending on the computer, you might actually get a halfway decent deal if you can play it right. If you lower all the specs on the computer with the realization that you'll throw a much cheaper non-gaming related and you use it for something else, you can probably do pretty good having a home server, swapping out that graphics card with something else, and then you have your graphics card and a home server for 400 over MSRP.
Right. I mean, I already have a home server.
Yeah, I run mine in the background on my computer.
I got
Plus
this.
everything in my
I got
rack.
this Qnap that I've been kind of poking around a little bit, but I desperately need some drives. I want to replace before I start relying on this thing more. I need to get 5 decent sized drives, because I think they're each 2 terabytes at the moment, and that's not going to last too long.
Best Buy just had a deal for 14 terabytes. For the easy stores that you can pull the drive out.
Oh, they are shuckable?
Oh yeah, all of those are. Anything over, I think, like 6 terabytes, I want to say, maybe 10 terabytes is enterprise drives, because they're helium.
I still have a deal for the 14 terabyte drives. They're 450
It's like 250?
each. 250 each.
450?
Yeah. No, 250 each.
Yeah. Actual price is like 500 for those drives.
362 says what it was.
Yeah, so the only thing with those is they're white label. And they have a pin on the connector that if your whatever connector you're connecting with it has it bridged to 3 volts, it will not brick the drive, but prevent it from booting. So you just cover it with tape if that affects you. But
The other thing is, because I'm using Qnap, although I don't remember what size that it would go up to.
those sizes lie.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So it will support whatever drive you put into it. It's just when they came out with that, those drives didn't exist.
Yeah. I really wish that I could just take it, strip it, and put my own operating system on it.
You can.
Can you?
Just not easily.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. It's not ARM based. It is x86.
Yeah, well, because I've got a quad core AMD in it.
Yeah, so I forget. I don't even know if even people have done it.
I mean, the software itself is not terrible, but
I mean, it is Linux. Oh, apparently. Oh, there. What model is it?
I'm trying to look right now. I'm trying to remember what my...
Apparently, on their official wiki on Qnap, they have how to install Debian. That's interesting.
What is... Oh, that stupid link. That would be something that I need to kill out. What's going on, fat kid? We're all hanging out. Come hang out with us. It's a hangout one. Debian installation on Qnap.
Although it's talking about ARM based, so I don't know if it supports all other NASs.
Okay, I need to remember how to get to my server.
But yeah, if it supports putting on something other than theirs, that'd actually be cool.
How do I remember what my...
Yeah, I'm looking at NZXT there. Even if so, like I toss in say a RTX 380, it's still 2200.
Oh, of course.
Like,
You're
it's
still
ridiculous.
paying extra.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
everything's gone up. MSRP is nothing now because
it doesn't mean anything.
Now it's just a number.
Right.
Like based on taxes and stuff, you're not paying MSRP.
Oh, no.
My cloud isn't being supported anymore?
Is that Western Digital?
Interesting. Logic, Asus.
My cloud also had a vulnerability recently
Oh, yeah.
that people could erase your data.
Yep. And it's happened to a bunch of people.
Yep.
Quite comical, actually.
Yep.
Especially those people who are too cheap to actually, want to spend something on an enterprise solution that's a lot better.
Well, like, why are you exposing it to the internet is the first thing.
Right?
Yeah, I have mine. I have it backed up in 2 different places, my NAS. Backblaze and then onto a second screen, true NAS.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it works great.
Okay, so it is a TS563.
Yeah, it's funny to actually have an upgrade to the current card I have right now and not just like a number upgrade.
Yeah.
It's I would have to pay 1650. And that's a Radeon 6900 XT. And that would be like that'd be the next price in which, you know, I could actually get a legitimate upgrade to my card. Because like I'm looking at the cheapest on this list right now is this little tiny 2060 Super. Slower, you know, clock core and boost speed.
Yeah, that one.
Same memory. And I'm just like, no. Only thing that changed on that is you added a 2 in front.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it looks like a little tiny 2-fan one. One they could, looking at it, they probably could have got away with just like one big fan in the center. I mean, with the state of the graphics cards the way they are right now, it's definitely helping out the console industry.
Okay, so apparently my NAS at the moment is forbidden. I don't know why it's doing that.
Are you doing HTTPS?
Yeah.
Do /login or something? I don't know.
Not found. Alright, let's find it then. Well, it says just to put the IP address. It's not working.
Is it broadcasting?
Well, yeah, because I can access it through File Explorer. Like, I can see everything in File Explorer, and it works just fine, but...
Does it have a management window? Like an actual management tools?
Yeah, like, there's a whole... You can do a lot of stuff with the... Hang on. Alright, let's give it... Advance, continue. It's 8080. Okay.
Oh yeah, there's a port number. Yeah.
Oh, look, there's updates for a bunch of shit on here. File system is not clean.
Oh god. Oh, that usually means one of the drives going bad.
That doesn't surprise me. I just shucked in a whole bunch of old drives that I had laying around, and some of them have been laying around for a long time. There is a new build for it, though. 12.21.21, so... Security, fixed issue... Fuck it. Just continue. We'll download and update the firmware and see what happens.
This is going to be a fun print to do.
Oh, heads up for you two, and as well for Fat Kid if he's still listening. I have switched everything back over to Stream Elements, and I have now completely fled Streamlabs like the plague that it is.
Yep.
So they've put some work into YouTube then?
Yes, a bit of work. So I did get a notification via the cloud bot when someone subscribed the other day. So I need to work on getting alerts again because I just completely shut down alerts. But yeah, the live chat that I could not get to work before works just fine now. I think having a few bigger names switch to or switch over to YouTube kind of got their butt in gear.
Mm-hmm.
And not just like the big streamer names, but the ones that help, like Harris Heller, Alpha Gaming guy. he was been a long proponent of Stream Elements, and he switched not too long ago, maybe 6 months ago, from Twitch to YouTube, and he worked with Elements to make sure that his stuff was not interrupted, so he could still keep telling people go to Elements. So I think that did a lot of good for at least Stream Elements.
Nice.
I gotta say though, this Qnap is not a terrible little NAS system. It's nice and small, and it's quiet as shit.
Yeah, that's the good thing about those kind of NASs is they use little power. They're compact enough, and then very useful.
Yeah, I was just gonna use it mainly for file storage and for some local development stuff instead of breaking out a Raspberry Pi. I was gonna do some development stuff, but
you could do a Raspberry Pi NAS.
I might, instead of doing the Raspberry Pi NAS, I might do some development side of, because I was going to do some stuff with a chatbot that integrates with YouTube as well as Discord. Oh, great. Now it's beeping at me.
It's probably telling you to drive.
Are you sure you want to restart the NAS? Okay, restart the NAS.
Yes, Stream Elements actually just raised $100 million.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Elements is pushing, and they are really pushing YouTube as an option. So I'm I've been really happy switching back over to Elements. And then Thing One has started streaming on Twitch.
Oh, fun.
So he's doing that. I set him up with a face cam and some other stuff, and we're going to get him, I'm going to work with him on getting some alerts and overlays and that kind of stuff, so he can have fun with that. All three of my older kids now live with me full time. That's a big change.
Nice.
House nice and quiet.
Oh, always. The total lack of soundproofing between the basement and upstairs has been an absolute joy and a peach to experience on a daily basis.
Time to get some expandable foam and just start putting them in between everything up there.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet, but I gotta figure something out, because the system that we've got going on now is not working well.
It'll probably stop the floor from creaking just because it'll expand everywhere.
Yeah, those moving blankets aren't helping much.
I gotta reposition. They were for a while on stuff. I moved his computer over, but now I'm currently facing where he's at, and so I will bleed through occasionally on his mic. He does not bleed through on mine anymore, but I just gotta do a little bit of
directional mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting him a better mic, because right now he's using whatever mic is attached to the Logitech headset.
Just get him a mic stock like you have.
I think what I'm going to end up doing is eventually getting him a Wave.
Oh yeah, those are actually good mics.
They're really good mics, USB mics. I think I need to upgrade the power supply on that other computer though, because that was a pre-built that I bought years ago, and his keyboard is causing some power management warnings to come through every once in a while.
The keyboard?
Yeah, it's some knockoff Chinese mechanical keyboard.
What type of?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. What type of power supply does he have?
I don't know what's in the computer right now.
I don't think it's power supply. I think it's just the keyboard's pulling too much amps off of the port.
Probably.
Which port on the motherboard is it connected to? The back?
Yeah, every single one of the ones on the back was causing the issues, unless it was a bunch. I ended up circumventing some of it by getting a USB 3
hub
that's powered.
Okay, I was just gonna say that would have fixed it.
And then it doesn't throw it. It hasn't thrown it since, but
Yeah.
I'm
It's
knocking
like,
on some wood for you here.
dear Lord. You're doing what?
Yeah.
What?
No need- I said knocking on some wood for you there. No need to jinx yourself.
Right? So, he's doing all right with it. It's not terrible. And then I found a new plugin for OBS so I can record gameplay and like unfiltered gameplay without the overlays, as well as webcam as separate, recording separate sources that way.
Mhm.
So I can record that off the side, so in case there's something that ends up coming through that I can use, I can re-edit it for either shorts or something. Because shorts and TikTok are all vertical recording and not horizontal recording that we love to use.
I mean, you could do horizontal recording and be that guy.
No,
No.
I'm good with that. But yeah, once I get a couple of videos made and start getting, because I'm planning on doing some more video stuff now that I know what I was doing to self-sabotage, I need to start working on that. I just gotta stop. Well, that, and it was getting to the point where me being out of shape, being the fat piece of lard that I am, my old chair was definitely not helping my back issues. And so I would absolutely dread sitting down here for more than 30 minutes at a time. And now I've been down here for a little over an hour and my back doesn't feel any different than when I'm sitting in the couch. So I'm happy so far, because by now my back would already start to twinge.
Yeah, a good chair is definitely.
Yeah, I'm glad I spent the money for this thing, because this thing is nice, especially for someone my size. I needed to get something very robust. And even some of the biggest chair files out there that say, never get a gaming chair, said, with the exception of Secret Labs.
Mm-hmm.
So my Qnap does have one problem.
What's that?
Every time I reboot it or I power it up, it won't connect to my LAN. Just
is
sits.
it a network issue or DHCP issue?
It's like it doesn't detect. Like I can unplug it and plug it back in a few times, and it might end up working. It might not.
I'd say upgrade it.
I need a better switch.
Does it have PCI ports on the back? Somewhere I saw that you can upgrade it to 10 gig, but maybe it's for a different model.
I think I do have. It's got a dual. Hang on, let me get this thing pulled out.
I'd say put it in the other Ethernet port if it has two.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot. I got stuff stacked on top of it, and that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, I just was not feeling a shooting game today. So I figured I would do this until I decide to switch over to something like RuneScape or something.
Yeah.
That sounds awful.
New phone, who dis?
Oh, hey, fat kid.
You'd have to talk to Paul and play RuneScape in the same day? Oof.
Paul?
I don't
He'll
know.
he'll figure it out.
Everyone's names.
Alright, we're still blinking yellow on the land light.
That means it's working just fine.
Right?
But did you see the game I sent you?
Where? In mod chat? I will look at it in a minute.
It looks awful.
But
It
shit, it
looks
was only 99
amazing.
cents.
What are you talking about?
Clownfield
concerned.
2042. Oh
I'm
no.
mostly concerned with the group that it's in. Did you actually click on that?
What group?
So it's in a bundle.
It's in a
The
bundle?
Riverside Sports franchise. It's the
Oh.
developer has a bundle that includes a Kyle simulator, a simp simulator, boomer remover.
Oh.
only simp subscription there.
I'm not sure if I want to support this developer even for $1.
Like
Even for
holy
$1?
$200 for whatever the heck this is.
I actually didn't look at all the other stuff, but yeah.
A simp simulator only simp subscription is $200. For the ultimate simp like yourself, this won't be an issue. Oh my god.
Oh, do they have add-ons or something for these games?
Simp Simulator does, yeah. So you can get Simp Simulator the Simpy Mistress, which is a DLC. Is a much better and hotter 3D model of a female character. If you are a true simp, dumping $19.99 on a DLC won't be a problem for you. And then the other one is the Simp Simulator only Simps subscription, which is the $200.
They are a complete meme developer, and I hate them.
And you got
This
Kyle
DLC
Simulator here.
This DLC will grant you access to Simpy Mistress DLC and set your cash balance to $2 million. Oh my god. They are absolutely a meme developer.
They are.
What the fuck is this?
They have a VR game too.
Are you for real?
Hunting Simulator VR. It's got mixed reviews.
Yeah, but you get to go hunting. There's a Kyle simulator.
Yeah, I'm about ready to click on look at that. This is
Looks
absolute
like you can punch walls and
Yeah.
where you can experience a realistic simulation of an everyday Kyle. Your goals are defined, mutant energy and walls. You know what to do.
I gotta send that to Kyle.
Oh my god. Realistic vehicle handling system. Currently 2 in-game vehicles. Virtual reality support free. In-game weapons, bats, shovels, beer bottles, etc. More vehicles. Those are the planned.
one of the kids in my senior design group we started calling Kyle, and so I'm sending that to him.
Oh my god, this is such a meme.
Mm-hmm.
The Clownfield plays better than Battlefield.
Anything plays better than Battlefield.
There's actually people playing it.
No, that's the problem. So it got so bad so quickly.
Oh no, I'm talking about Clownfield. Sorry.
Oh,
I
Trent
sent
just
you.
posted
Yeah.
the game directory there.
so Battlefield.
8,000 viewers right now watching Clownfield. So.
Oh, that's funny. So Battlefield got so bad with how little users were actually playing because they dipped under 10,000 worldwide that Steam was ignoring its own rules for returns and allowing anyone and everyone to return the game and get their money back.
Oh wow.
No matter how many hours were played. Because
That's crazy.
it became such a dead game so quickly.
Theme chart block. Battlefield.
Let's see. How does one?
Oh, God.
Twitch?
The current top trending game right now is Pogo Stuck Rage with Your Friends.
On Steam?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Green Hell's not supposed to be out until sometime this year for VR. It's annoying.
VR gaming.
Battlefield current players, 9,900.
Oh, there's no people playing Sim Simulator right now.
Wait, Battlefield's only 9,000 people playing?
9,900. Battlefield 5 is 4,000.
Oh my god.
All right,
It dropped that fast?
Yeah.
How does one actually see the top games?
Steamcharts.com.
Oh, Steam charts. Okay, I thought you were talking Twitch.
Oh no. There's actually
Oh, what is Battlefield doing for Twitch?
probably nothing. Browse.
How do you play Payday 2 in VR?
It's not coming up in my filters for Battlefield.
Oh, I just found it. It looks like there are 1.3k viewers.
Oh god.
So a couple people are playing it.
Yeah. How do you search for games? Like
Actual search bar, I think.
Up in the search bar at the top, type in the game,
oh.
and then it'll show, like, it'll autofill the game in, and then you just click on the game.
I was in browse.
Oh, gotcha.
The top streamer right now playing Battlefield has 100 viewers.
Wow.
And it's not even English, it's French.
Ouch. Talking
Like,
about
all
a
their
dead game.
things for Battlefield looked amazing. And then
Well-
they launched it
And it was a buggy
and
mess.
it's trash. Like, this is why we shouldn't have a launch day until it's actually finished.
What? That makes no sense at all.
I mean, look at Cyberpunk.
Right, well,
They wanted to keep pushing it back because they couldn't get all the bugs gone.
yeah, that was a shareholder issue.
Yeah.
Because they were forcing them to put it out even though it wasn't complete.
And then the shareholders turned around and sued them because of it.
Right?
Like, you're the problem.
Mm-hmm. Because, Project CD Red usually puts out really good games.
I was hoping for, and I mean the updates for it have been better. I mean, that crypto that they had didn't help.
PUBG going free to play
Yeah.
worked.
Did it work?
They're currently number 3.
On what?
That's-
Current players on Steam charts.
then I
Top
wanna see if I can
games
get-
by current players right now are just shy of 300,000 players. They're
I
at
wanna see if I can get my money
282,000.
back then.
Apex Legends is only 134. There are 150,000 more players on PUBG than there is in Apex from Steam right now.
I mean, since it's free to play now, can I get my money back?
No.
Oh, that's a ripoff.
You got some
I know.
skins for it, and you could have played in some other stuff to get more skins before it went
Yeah.
free to play.
Yeah, and then look, CS:GO has 750,000.
So I plugged in the other LAN thing and turned it on, and now my LAN light is not even on at all. It's no longer orange. It just doesn't exist.
Huh.
I need to figure. I think it has something to do with the janky, freaking $20 router that I use.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
I need to. I need to get.
Router.
I need to get it.
router are you
I need to get an actual router. Is what I need to do.
It says Linksys on it, but it's spelled weird.
It's the knockoff. Pre-installed malware.
Right.
Do you say Korean installed malware?
Pre.
I like Korean installed better.
So is Cyberpunk better yet? Because I haven't played it.
Or a
in-
switch, rather.
better.
Not a router. It's a switch. It's a
Oh,
cheap
it's a
fucking
switch.
switch.
Oh yeah, you need a better switch. That
Let's
switch
see.
can't handle it.
The last time I played Cyberpunk looks like December 13th of 2020.
Yeah, I haven't installed it yet. I'm waiting for a good time when I'm actually have a lot of free time. Like yesterday, I was awake close to 24 hours. Definitely couldn't play it.
I mean, you could have.
Yeah. I went ice skating and then watched some Japanese show until 5 a.m. with my friends.
Friends, eh?
Yeah.
What are those?
I don't know. It's not like me.
So should I go with a managed or an unmanaged Switch?
Depends. I mean, if you want managed, go Unify. But,
Right. You're gonna pay for it though.
well, Unify, their cheapest unmanaged, I think it's like $30. But it's like 5 ports.
Yeah, I want something more. I need something bigger than 5 ports.
The Unify... Yeah, don't get that one. That's too expensive. The Lite.
Which one?
What?
Where?
The Lite. 16 ports is 200.
Is it managed though?
Yes.
What's the best reason to get a managed Switch?
You can assign ports to different VLANs. I mean, if you don't care for that, then just get a standard Switch. Netgear is fine for Switches, as long as you get the ones with the metal bodies.
I bought a TrendNet Switch, 8-port TrendNet gigabit TrendNet Switch. The hell, I don't even know. Looks like 4 or 5 years ago at this point. That's been going strong. Not managed though.
I have a couple 8-port Netgear ones, but they're only 100 meg.
Yeah, I want to at least get gigabit, if not more. Well, I think.
I mean, nowadays gigabit is cheap enough
Yeah.
that it makes sense. The cool thing about the Unify ones, it comes with PoE. So if you ever wanted to add that, like a PoE camera or something.
Well, see, that's the thing is I've got
Yes, that TrendNet's a okay Switch.
the what?
Yeah, the one I just posted. Pretty okay. Like, I think that's the newer model of the one I have, but it literally looks identical to the other one I have. It's only $22.
16 gigabits switching metal lifetime.
Although, if you want a cheap Switch but also managed, MikroTik. MikroTik, or however they want to be pronounced.
MikroTik
Wow.
routers,
Wait, no, hold
wireless,
on.
switch, 5-port switch. You have an 8 or a bigger.
So their cheapest Switch is $40 for a managed with 5 gigabit and a SPF. So you could do a gig fiber because that makes sense.
I only have 500 coming in, but for everything else here, I want to make sure that I had enough.
Yeah.
I mean, the gigabit also counts for internal traffic moving between your network if you have anything going back and forth.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm.
Yeah, you want a backplane that can handle it.
But like I have 300 down, but like when I was running a Plex server and had stuff hooked up that way, my little gigabit switch there was more than powerful enough to
And that's one of the reasons why I abandoned my Google Wi-Fi and I got this the satellite system from Netgear that I have, because there's a dedicated wireless transmissions between them, and I think they're 3 gigabit transmissions that nothing else touches, so all the traffic doesn't go. It's just dedicated 1 to and 1 from. So every one of them's got 3. They're more expensive, but I don't have to share bandwidth with all of my stuff, as well as communication in between the satellite and the receiver.
I really want to get an Amplify Alien.
Those are cool.
I like all the extra stuff you can do to set it up.
Yeah.
And the fact that it has like a web interface.
But that's why I went with the Orbi from Netgear.
I'm all in on Unify, so I can't get away from that. Although if you want a cheap, like enterprise quality switch with lots of ports, look on eBay for the Arubas. They're great managed switches that are pretty cheap.
Aruba?
Yeah.
No shit, they are.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the one that I bought.
I've got a Netgear Switch, but I don't know if it's just 10100 or if it's got the gigabit in it or not. Now that I'm thinking about it. Hang on, let me go look real quick. Give me a sec.
I don't think this one has PoE, but this is the non-PoE version of what I bought. For $100, you get 48 managed ports and 4 10 gig. That I run my whole network off of, besides the Dell switch.
Okay, what are these? This one is Dell Power Connect 5424. What did I say it was? 5424.
Maybe that's any better, but my Dell is loud as hell.
It's also a Dell.
Yes. Their management interface only works in Internet Explorer and Safari.
Does it require Flash?
No. It's just Chrome does not like whatever they do with their page. I don't know why.
So that's probably no good.
No, it's probably good. I plug it in, see how loud the fans are. I mean, it's a gigabit switch, so you can probably swap out the fans with
Has switching capacity of 48 gigabits per second and a 35.6 Mbps forwarding rate.
That's standard.
Support for 4,000 VLANs.
Only 4,000?
VLANs in Dells is weird in that series of switches.
The other one that I have is a Cisco Catalyst 2960.
That's an ancient one.
End of support date October 2019. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a definitely ancient one. It is gigabit though, I think. Right?
I'm looking.
I mean, you could buy a new HP Aruba
Data
2930M
Q&A security notices.
rack for 4,400.
Yeah. I mean, the Switch I have is probably worth 2,000, and I bought it on eBay for like 110.
Nice.
And when I got it, it was still in brand new packaging.
Wow.
Yeah. So
That's ridiculous.
somebody bought probably like 100 spare Switches and never installed them. Because whoever I bought it from had like quite a few of them for sale.
That's really impressive.
I know. And it has PoE and everything.
It looks like the Cisco Catalyst is a gigabit.
Okay. Yeah, the label on the front of it should tell you. I think if it's surrounded by yellow, it's PoE, and some other stuff. So I forget what their things are. I don't mess around with Cisco that much, but their CLI is okay. You have to get used to it.
It's pretty fun. I mean, I was studying for CCNA at some point.
The only thing is you need the Cisco serial cable.
Oh yeah, I just have this. I don't have a serial cable for it.
Yeah. So if that's the case, actually you need the serial cable for the Dell as well.
They make USB to
Oh yeah.
USB to serial cables now.
I have both of those.
Yeah.
The Dell, if you don't know the password, you have to reset it with serial. So
Right.
that's also something you gotta look out for.
Same with a lot of the Ciscos.
Oh yeah.
I can't even remember the command anymore, but it was like just a little quick key command. You just reformat everything on it.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you have serial, you can reset almost everything.
Right.
Yeah, I probably ought to get just for
the fun part about it is you just got to make sure you're connecting to the right serial port, or else it's not going to work.
Yeah,
Tell you how many hours that took me to figure that one out.
the Dell has, well, I don't know about the one that you have, but there should be a serial and then a web management.
God damn, that thing's loud as shit.
Which one?
What?
The Dell.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Toss that one.
I think you could probably hear it.
I actually don't.
I'm gonna need you to speak up, Dave. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't hear it. I even turned you up.
It's not that bad. It's louder than I was expecting. But it's not something I would have anywhere near my computer.
So
Has settled down after booting up.
Oh, I should probably let it sit in there for a few minutes, just see if it would do that after it boots up.
yeah, it takes about a minute to a minute and a half to boot. That's the only problem with managed switches is the time to actually use it.
Right.
But yeah, for that Dell switch, I'd say if you want to use it, swap out them with Noctua fans.
That'd be. Is there small Noctuas that you can buy for them?
Yep. They have 40mm Noctuas. If you look online, they have fan mod things for it. You might need to splice the cable, depends on how it's connected to the motherboard. It's probably JST connectors.
Replace fans, Nautica. Switch the pins. The fan round work like a charm. Virtually silent now. That might be. You'd have to change the pins around.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a direct mapping, so yeah, you'd have to fix that.
I don't know. It might work out. It's a 24. It's a 24 port, so at least give me enough ports to last me a while.
Oh yeah.
$54.24, huh? I'll need the console cable.
Yeah, so you'll need the console cable to reset it.
I need something to plug the COM cable into, right?
No.
No.
If you're on Amazon, they have Ethernet to USB. Console cable.
Although it's not a real Ethernet cable. It's like
I mean, yeah, don't plug it into the switch.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's a. What is this?
I'll send you the one that I bought.
5.
I can also drop the one I got.
Like a 9-pin console cable.
Cable matters USB to RJ45. Why did somebody send me a message? And what app?
All the apps.
I know. I think it was in Telegram.
Oh, I can't. I don't think it has. The console's not USB. It is 9-pin.
Well, these are the ones we both posted are the USB conversions.
Yeah.
And it'll.
Guys, guess what?
It should
I
work.
was randomly selected to win some bullshit thing on Discord.
I believe it.
So the question then would become, do you just plug that into any of the RJ45s?
No. There is a very specific console port. It'll say console.
Yeah.
It's on the back.
It's on the back.
On the front
And
the back.
it's a 9-pin that looks like a VGA.
Oh, you need the D sub. Okay. That's older than I thought. So you need.
Thought out and prepared for him.
But you need this one. Is that male or female? On that?
Female. No, it's male on the.
Wait.
It's a male port.
Male
So I'd need a female connector.
Female? This one. No. I don't see a female one.
Not tell me, said Wartibliggins, that there is not a purpose in the
I found one, I think.
The thought is blasphemy.
All these are male.
A little more conversation revealed.
Uh,
Wartibliggins considers himself.
I mean, I could buy a female to female and then the male.
If exists
I mean, this one's female. Oh, is it?
To make beautiful the night for the sake of warty brigands.
If I do end up using this thing, I will either need to put it in a different room or I will absolutely need to swap out the fans on this damn thing. Because it's still humming at a pretty decent... Like,
yeah.
I notice it. Swinger connectors. They're they-them connectors. Thank you very much.
I mean, do the characters come with pineapples?
Was that fat kid that groaned?
Yeah. You're firing. I don't even know where you went with the rat that you took with that. Like, that is not... what?
Well, because in chat, Hill said swinger connections, and so I took it 2 steps further.
Yeah, but and I like that's not even a related connection. Like, get out of here.
For similar absurdities have only too
All right, this thing's annoying me. I'm unplugging it.
Oh yeah. Oh, I
You
got
should
it.
go into a data center. They're pretty quiet.
Oh god, you gotta wear earmuffs.
Well, I've got a couple of old servers that are rack mounted that they sound like a freaking jet engine wanting to take off.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's how they allow the their cooling fins or whatever they have in there to cycle air in the right places.
Which is why I like this Qnap, because it just sits here and is quiet until it starts beeping at me because Ethernet doesn't work.
Okay, so those 2 things that I just sent are what you'll need.
Okay. Converter here.
So what are Nocta fans?
The quiet fans, the good fan.
Okay, but they're $14.
Yeah, because they're the good fans.
USB male to female DB9 serial converter. Okay. That one will fit directly in. Oh,
Yeah,
here's the
that's what you
Noctua
need.
fan.
So you'd have to pop it open and see what you're dealing with. It's either 30 mil or 40 mil. I can't remember. But you would just search for the fan replacement.
Yeah. That'll be a fun project. That would be a fun project.
Yeah, I mean it's an easy one to make something more useful. But if you're gonna be putting it in another room, then I wouldn't worry about it.
No, I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna figure out how I want to structure, because now that I'm kind of moving stuff around, I want to move a bunch of different stuff around and figure out how to structure this place better.
So next up, you're gonna want a wall-mounted rack with a shelf to put your NAS on and your router.
Yeah,
You're gonna
that's
You should
kind of where
panel.
that's kind of where I'm kind of going with this.
You should do a floating ceiling there in the basement.
A floating ceiling.
I have-
Where you can run cable drops.
I pretty much have that, sort of.
Oh, the cable trays.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like the little like in office buildings, the little tiles where you can run cables up on underneath or above the ceiling there, or in between it.
No, I'm putting in raised floors. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I think Dave should do raised floors and floating ceiling in his basement.
We'll have plenty of room to walk around down there, though.
You already can't walk down here, Zing. What are you talking about?
That's the whole joke.
You're gonna have to crawl
the entire time I'm in there. I'll have to go prone.
I mean, I already have to put in, well, yeah, I'm already gonna have to put in a new outlet down here. So
it'd be a way to keep thing 1 from being in the basement too, because they wouldn't be able to fit down there eventually.
I have a really janky setup for all this right now, and it's just not good. I need to run a new outlet.
Oh, you're maxing out your circuit?
Not exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so on this side of the basement, there is no power.
Oh, Oh, so extension cords.
So I have a very the most robust outdoor extension cord I could find. I run.
Yeah, which isn't even the highest
No.
gauge either.
Now above me there is power that's run. They're all daisy chained cords. All of the stuff for my lights are all daisy chained cords. Yes.
It's just dollar store extension cords.
They're 22 gauge.
While you joke about that, so when I was growing up, we had a couple of gateway computers that we bought in the late 90s. So they were, Pentium 1s, or, they were the new Pentium systems right after they got done with the 86. Anyway, the room that we had those in was the largest room upstairs, but there was no power in this room whatsoever. And the only outlets in the upstairs were non-grounded 2-prong outlets. So
okay.
we daisy chained 6-foot dollar store cheap extension cords from one of the other bedrooms around the floor in there, and then they got the 2-prong to 3-prong converters to plug them in. And we would run them until occasionally one of them would short out and catch on fire, and then we would just replace that extension cord to keep it going.
Yeah, you were pushing too many amps through that cable.
How we did not completely fry rural Indiana things. Yep. How we did not light our house on fire and burn it down, I don't know.
Yeah, extension cords are like an American thing. That just catch fire all the time.
I don't know how we did not die.
It's because our extension cords don't have fuses and they're required in other countries.
Well, yeah. Hell, Europe's is always grounded. Like, here you can get like the cheap table lamp extension cords.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that they also have fuses, so if they get too much amps running through them, they just cut power anyways.
Yeah, no, these would just spark.
Have a switch. So yeah. Yeah, that voltage drop of cheap extension cords is awful.
Oh yeah.
Which increased the fire risk.
So what I do have though above my head up here is I have a power line that was running the old converter for my, and that's annoying me. I might just shut it off for now. I'll figure out that LAN problem later. It was powering the doorbell transformer and nothing else, which I don't use anymore because I have a Wise doorbell which plugs in the chime. So I don't even use the doorbell chime that we used to have at all, anywhere. So I'm thinking if I just buy a GFI plug and plug it in up there, I should be okay to use that to power my systems.
Is it conduit?
It's something.
Is it knob and tube?
No, it's not knob and tube. It looks newer than most of the other power lines that are running around here, which half of those are copper covered, or not copper but cotton covered. I have a lot of cotton covered copper that runs and powers stuff in this house.
That seems safe.
That cotton's a great insulator and in no way will catch fire.
One of my long-term goals is to pull and rewire everything.
Do one room at a time.
That was kind of what it was going to end up being, was do a one room at a time thing. Thankfully, none of my basement is like walls or ceiling is finished. So I have access to everything, even going upstairs. So it's just a matter of tracing everything down, pulling it, and doing one room at a time. And then I can rewire my electrical box to make fucking sense.
Yeah. I never understood why electricians did crazy stuff back then.
Well,
Because there was no regulations.
this
Exactly.
house was built in the 20s, and it looked like it got a refresh somewhere in the 60s, and then some stuff in the 80s to 90s. So it's kind of a mixed grab all over the place. But I figured if I take it one room at a time, I can not only rewire everything, but there's a part of me that also wants to put Ethernet throughout as well.
Did it pass inspection?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it passed inspection. It didn't have any. There was, well, after he removed some of the knob and tube stuff that was in here. Yes.
Yeah. If because you have lath and plaster, right? For the walls.
Yeah, that's the other
So-
problem.
So if you're gonna do Ethernet to the rooms, I actually would recommend doing the Unify in walls.
Would you recommend just putting in, drywall?
That too. Just get rid of it all. But if you want to keep the lath and plaster, do the in walls because it's Wi-Fi for the room.
Dave, this is why I won't move downtown.
Unify in wall. That's actually not terrible.
Yeah, I got one in my bedroom. And it comes with 4 ports on the bottom that you can plug 4 things and a PoE pass-through. So if you're fancy and have PoE phones, you can do that.
Well, I have.
That's what it's built for,
Okay,
but-
so I've got 3 bedrooms upstairs, and then I've got the downstairs. Downstairs is going to be easy. The downstairs will honestly be the easiest to do. The upstairs is going to be the difficult one. But
Yeah.
especially rewiring things like light switches and ceiling fans.
Yep.
Because I'd like to keep the lath and plaster. I mean, it would be easier to keep the lath and plaster and just repatch it, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, would you like to keep it, or is it just easier to do it?
So
it's
When you
the
upgrade
expense.
you'll actually need to do arc fault circuit breakers per bedroom. That's the new code.
Yeah, I like the plaster. I like looking at the plaster. I don't like drywall. I always found that it's cheap and it
Very
lets.
dry and wally.
Well, no,
It's annoying to work with.
lath and plaster is not. It's not as terrible as
Hey,
as
I got a
people
good idea.
think
Have
that it
you
is.
considered burning it down and getting a big payout? If
Just
you
run
make
some
it look like
extension
an
cords.
accident.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Oh no, I left the candle by 24 gas cans. Yeah, you can texture drywall look like anything.
Do they have smart circuit breakers now?
Yes,
Yep.
they're expensive as hell.
Yeah, they
Well,
are.
everything
Actually,
in this is it'll get rebuilt
So-
with cheap shit. Yeah, that's the problem. Is it will definitely get rebuilt with cheap shit.
So I think it's Leviton that does smart breakers.
What is it?
So
I feel like I need to call my apartment complex out because in one of my bathrooms, there's definitely not a GFCI outlet in that.
do you have 2 bathrooms?
Yeah,
Are they back to back?
no, they're completely separate.
Leviton load smart breakers.
I mean, it's possible they could be on the same breaker, but I don't think they are. But it's like, yeah, it's right by the sink, and I'm like, this seems a bit sus.
So Eaton also has Wi-Fi smart breakers. Can this fit into mine?
And the breaker box actually says bathroom GFIs as in plural.
I wonder if my dad
not
can get me a
singular.
discount.
Do you
On what?
have
Oh wait, this will. Hang on a second.
Why you can get a discount on that?
I don't know. My dad works at Eaton, so I don't know.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I'd like one too.
Hang on, let me text him real quick if he gets.
Can he get me a discount on a UPS? I need another one.
Do you get discounts for Eaton
I will place a big
products?
order if yes. I will give him that.
What's up,
commission,
Kyler? How are you? Shower toast to go, shower beer.
Yeah, I do have a forbidden bath bomb I can use, Hill.
Open APIs? Eaton's has open APIs for their shit?
Do they?
Open
Well,
APIs
someone's
powered by
program
BritLayer allow
stuff.
flexibly integrate with preferred software systems. Our documentation provides detailed instructions of functionality supported by the APIs.
Wait.
Hang on, let me send
Which
this.
ones are you looking at?
Hang on. Hang on. I'm doing well, Kyler. It's been a long time since I've seen you, man.
Although their HTML5 pages are giving me a 500 error.
There.
So it's perfect.
It's a spicy bath bomb.
Yeah, I was really disappointed the other day. I found out my toaster is waterproof.
What? It's waterproof once.
Energy smart breakers.
I wonder if I can integrate this with Home Assistant.
How to buy. Technical support or contact me. No. Model.
Tutorial. Application, so they use OAuth.
So it looks like you just replace out the individual breakers in your existing panel.
I'm trying to look for what.
You
panels
still
it
living
supports.
overseas, or are you back in the States yet?
If there's like, you have to get an Eaton power panel, probably. I'm not opposed to replacing my load center, but
Yeah, I know, right?
these also do power monitoring too, so you can see what load.
Still in Finland? Why would you move? Yeah, that's very true. And why would you come back to disease-infested U.S.? There's no reason to come out here
The only
whatsoever.
thing is, these take up 2 breaker spots. Maybe not. Specs. Do you have compatible?
Speaking of electronics and baths, Dave, if I ever die, I'm gonna need you to do this for me.
Do what?
Check my chat.
Wait, did you just say if you ever die? Like, are you
Yep.
a robot?
Oh, sorry. If I ever die before you, no
Yeah.
comment. I mean, I plead the fifth.
Smart breakers brochure. Eat smart breakers all possible. Grid. Blah blah blah. Intelligent power management for the
Windows say
home.
Microsoft doors.
It does.
That's how they get around around branding and stuff. In a lot of animals.
Trident. Here's a PDF for you to look at.
I just opened that. It's only 4 pages, and it doesn't tell me what panels it's compatible with.
All the panels.
I mean, that's the main requirement. So what brand is mine? Schneider, Square D, or
25 amp, single pole, 120 volt bolt on. Oh, you stopped streaming. That's why I haven't seen you in forever. You just got old, or was it just other stuff kind of got in the way?
Hill gets it.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go. What is the price range for Eaton circuit breakers? The average price for Eaton circuit breakers ranges from $10 to $300. That does not answer my fucking question.
Well, I mean, your dad will answer that question. If you can get a discount.
Yeah, my panel is a Siemens, so probably won't be compatible.
It's a Siemens?
Yes.
Eaton smart breaker panel. They got the Eaton Power R Command Intelligent Panel Board.
That's probably what's required. Like, Eaton's website is a little broken right now.
I started DMing
I can't see
D&D games.
resources.
Now online, doing it professionally now. Holy shit, that is
500 there
awesome.
means it's super secure.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
If
that
you
is
can't
cool.
access their data, that means it's secure.
I hate that it's dynamic pages, but with an HTML ND.
Here's another
Like-
PDF for you. Now if I can just find anything on pricing.
Ah, yeah, that looks like it. Oh, it's probably pricey. Actually, this looks like a different type. I don't think these are the same breakers, though.
Path to smart home is to the circuit breaker.
But this one's, each breaker is controllable as well through the panel.
Holy shit, dude, that's awesome. What a way to be able to
there's
help make
actually
money that way too.
Span.io is a new thing that some company made to make a smart.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. Span reinvented the 100-year-old electric panel.
It only costs $3,500.
Christ.
It would be cheaper to just replace all of my power outlets and all of my switches with smart ones.
Yes. Yes, it will.
That actually
I mean,
might be the way to go and just do everything like Zigbee.
And then I have a whole mess of stuff where I have smart plugs, smart switches, and bulbs now that I can just
I don't
do all that
recommend
stuff.
Zigbee.
What would
since-
you recommend?
Well, I mean, it'd probably be fine.
What would
If-
you
if you
recommend?
have-
If I'm
if you
starting
have-
if I'm starting with nothing,
So,
what would you recommend?
actually, personally, I do a combination of both, so I don't know. But with your walls, you would need a strong mesh, and as long as you have at least a powered, like an always-on, like outlet or light bulb that can act as a repeater, it should be fine.
See, that's and this is where yeah, because it would all be Wi-Fi, wouldn't it?
Well,
I would almost need a standalone mesh specifically for all of the smart stuff.
so Zigbee is on 2.4 gigahertz, so it shares bandwidth with Wi-Fi. It's not connected to Wi-Fi, but it creates a mesh. Z-Wave is the same thing. It creates a mesh, but it is on, I think, 900 megahertz, so it can make its way through walls a little bit better.
All right, Kylie. Thanks for stopping
that
by, man.
would
Yeah,
be the
I
way to
stream
go.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
Uh,
Eastern U.S. time.
if you want,
But we're all doing well.
Wi-Fi
Thank you for
ones,
coming and stopping
you
by,
will
man.
definitely
Appreciate it.
need better Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Because
So what I would end up doing with that is I would end up having a dedicated Wi-Fi system specifically for that. And
Well,
then
not just dedicated, just enough access points that it won't overload and cause your actual Wi-Fi usage to be
plummet.
crappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where
Um,
and that's one of the reasons
so-
why I was like, okay, what if I went with like a smart breaker system and then controlled everything from there?
yeah. No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'd say keep it per room, so it's easier to upgrade and whatnot.
So if I were to
Or just
do
make everything low voltage. You know,
if I
switch
were
all your life.
Yeah, right. If I were to do each room running Ethernet into each room and putting a Wi-Fi repeater in each room or an access point of some sort to control that
Yeah.
room, would that help with the congestion?
Oh yeah.
Because,
the
especially if
Wi-Fi
it was
would
hooked
connect to-
into, if especially each one of those was hooked into an Ethernet directly back into the network.
Yeah. That's the best part. So the less clients per access point is what.
Right, that's what I'm
It's-
thinking.
you're
Is
going
that
for.
if I can just lower the clients per access point and have each room have its own access point.
A new thing that Unify has is you can lock a device to an access point, so it can't roam to another one. So if you know a device is in a room, lock it to that Wi-Fi.
And you said that was Unify?
Yeah, Unify. On their latest controllers.
Because that if we decide to go that route and I end up rewiring and I wire in Ethernet to at least one point in every. All right, Zing, I'll catch you later, man. Appreciate you stopping by too. If I end up running Ethernet into every single room and I do something like Unify where I just have an access point for each room, then we can control room by room basis, and then I can also determine what is connected to and powering from each room,
Yeah.
which is partially the goal, I think.
Yeah. Like if you go that route, you can do Shelly's or the Sonoff's that has Tasmota, and you can control all of those remotely. Like in a couple of my outlets, I actually have like a tiny smart Wi-Fi relay. The Shelly ones, I think they are. They work great. But they're embedded into the
Dual
outlet,
band
so-
802.11 wave 1 access point with 1.1 gigahertz. Hang on. The access point AC in wall? So
I
does
have
this
the in-wall
use like it uses the power lines to connect to everything?
Wait, which one? The Unify?
Yeah, Unify access point AC in wall.
No. So you have to run an Ethernet. So wherever you put an Ethernet cable, that's where you would put it.
Can be mounted in a 1-gang electrical wall box.
Yeah, so you would just run a Ethernet cable to wherever you want it, then
Yeah.
put this into the box.
And then it just stays out of sight, out of mind.
Yep. Yeah, just get a 5-pack. Yeah, this is. Oh, you save $20 if you get the 5-pack.
Access points for Wi-Fi 6. They're all sold out, but that's not terrible.
Yeah, that's the other thing is Unify is a little slow right now in getting Wi-Fi 6. They have, I think, 2 different ones.
They got an access point Wi-Fi 6 Pro, Wi-Fi 6 Lite, and Wi-Fi 6 long range.
They also have some in early access. They have the G4 Doorbell Pro in early access.
But this is also talking about someone who bought new flooring for the upstairs bathroom 8 months ago, and I still haven't put it in yet.
The Wi-Fi 6 in-wall, $179, and it's sold out. Bummer. What are these? Connect display mount. Gonna have smart touchscreens? What are they doing?
I still need to figure out my networking issues. Planning on trying to set the Dream Machine back up as my primary.
Yeah.
And then throw it out the window if it fails again. They still never actually came back to me with a fix.
Of course not.
Like, their customer service is complete garbage.
Yeah, the 5-pack saves a little bit of money.
Yeah, $20. I mean, if you're going to use 5 or more, that's the way to go. So.
I almost got them. Was looking at Wi-Fi 6 routers yesterday.
What I need to do is I need to just do some measuring and find out how much cable I would need and start calculating out prices for all this and step-by-stepping it. And figure out
expensive still.
how much it's going to cost me to run everything.
Yeah, I need to do some plumbing. So I probably should hire a plumber because I need a new drain installed.
Although I kind of want to just, if I went with Wi-Fi 6, I kind of want it. Oh no, I guess I don't really need it in here. I would just need it out the living room probably. Try to boost. Mess around with the Quest out there.
So I would need shielded Ethernet cables.
You wouldn't. Shield is not really necessary unless you're going like outdoors or
You can run Ethernet cable next to electrical cables if the Ethernet cable is shielded. But even then you should keep 8 inches between them.
Yes. Yeah, I don't recommend putting Ethernet alongside power unless it's fiber.
Oh, now there's an interesting thought process.
What?
Wiring my house with fiber.
I mean, if you're gonna spend the time doing it, May as well.
Oh, it's cost, not time.
Pre-terminated fiber is cheap. If you
That's
have to,
only really worth it if you want to have like a server in one location and then have nodes connecting through it in other places
so
of the house.
for the bedrooms, you probably don't need fiber, but for like your first floor, like in the living room, by the TV, put one there. But yeah, fiber really doesn't make sense in most houses.
No. It doesn't really make sense in this house either, if I'm being honest.
I mean, if you had multiple people that have an office, an in-home office, then
Yes, but I don't. I've got 4 bedrooms and they're going to be running off. I mean, thinking about the whole networking thing, everyone runs either phones or laptops with Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is a much higher priority than running Ethernet. The only 2 computers that run Ethernet are in the basement, and then the TV, which is directly above, and I can run directly up to it without a problem. I really don't need Ethernet upstairs. The biggest thing with upstairs is I would like to upgrade the power wiring at some point. But I don't need Ethernet upstairs. I just need a better Wi-Fi solution for upstairs.
Yeah, and the more hardwired Wi-Fi, the better. But yeah,
But that's
you can
also
do so many things.
Yeah, but that's also, I've got the Netgear Orbeez, which is working fine, just fine for now, because it reaches Wi-Fi upstairs without a problem. Because I have, at the base of the stairs, so I've got an old square box construction for the old house, right? Where it's pretty much just a square box with this upstairs on one end. So at the bottom of the stairs is where I have one of my satellites, and then I've got the other one down here in the basement that's hardwired in, obviously, but it's like right below it. So I don't have any real like cold spots for Wi-Fi in my house with the 2 system that I have now, other than outside, which I can just buy an outdoor satellite and be fine, because I want to get it out to my garage.
Is it attached or detached?
Detached garage. Which is slightly annoying.
You can do a point-to-point if you don't want to bury anything. Or run a conduit and put a fiber through it.
The other thing I was going to do was just get the Netgear Outdoor. An Orbi Outdoor receiver and put on my back porch. Or back patio. That will broadcast out to the garage, because I do get a little bit of Wi-Fi in my garage. It's just not very strong. So if I had something on the back patio that would broadcast out and relay that, it would be perfectly fine. Problem is that they're not the cheapest things out there.
No.
I mean, I could probably get any sort of a relay; it would be fine. But I'd like to get the Orbi, because then it would have the same connectivity security, if you will. Not security as in that kind of security, but stable connectivity.
The Unify AC Mesh. is $100 for an outdoor access point.
So what I have right now, give me a second. Trying to look where I can look up what exactly I have in my router information. Here it is. Kirby. It is in mod chat. That one. With a single satellite that I use. So it's the AC3000 tri-band mesh Wi-Fi system.
Okay.
It's not a terrible system. I kind of like it. At some point, I kind of want to figure out if there's more configuration stuff that I can do on the fly with it. But for now, it works just well enough for what I need.
Like, what would you want to do with it?
Eventually, I think it would be fun to be able to... Okay, so an idea that I had... I've been working on a Trello board for household stuff, for chores, for schoolwork, for all that kind of stuff for all the kids. And what I thought would be kind of fun to do, because Trello makes things so much easier with APIs, is build up a system that when they complete their chore tasks, it will turn on the Wi-Fi to their computers.
Okay, Home Assistant can do that with Unify. You can have it control access.
I might replace out with Unify then.
It might even integrate with, and also Home Assistant integrates with Trello too.
Home Assistant Orbi. Adding Netgear to your Home Assistant instance can be done via the Univer interface using this button.
Add that interface. Oh wait, I don't have those, so I can't set up it.
I've never really messed with Home Assistant before. I might
throw it on a Raspberry Pi to test it out.
Yeah.
They have an image that you can just install. Okay, Home Assistant can do pretty much everything you want.
Because right now, my main controller is Google Home.
Yes, so
that controls everything at the moment.
Integrates with Google Home. You can either do it the free way, or you can do it the $5 a month way. The free way requires you have internet access to the Home Assistant controller.
That won't be a problem.
No. I mean, I have it, but it's super easy. They make it look hard, but just because they want you to purchase their subscription. But yeah, it integrates with Google Home, so you can have Google do things with all your lights and stuff that's controlled by Home Assistant. You can integrate Hue with Home Assistant, so you can do scenes and stuff like that.
The one that it doesn't integrate with is Wise.
Yes and no.
But Wise can be used through Google and then controlled elsewhere.
So what do you have with Wise?
Light bulbs and a couple of smart switches and my doorbell.
Integration is back, but
my-
with limitations. Hold on. Current support for the unofficial is the light bulbs, lock, and Wi-Fi outlet. It's partially because Wise wants money.
I don't mind paying money if things will work. This has been my problem. It's my problem with Linux in general, and been my problem with Smart. Is fragmentation is going to be the death of these technologies.
Oh yeah.
Like, I've long said that the best part about Linux is fragmentation. The worst part about Linux is fragmentation. The fact that you can get it to do whatever you want and have every nuance is amazing, and it's wonderful. It's also why it will never be mainstream for everyday use outside of integrated. Because nothing will ever work.
So you can control Wise bulbs, plugs. You can turn on and off the cameras, and then the locks with the Wise integration. No longer can use it as a motion sensor because Wise hated it. So yeah, Wise just needs a better API. An actual integration.
But I don't have, like, okay, outside of the doorbell, which doesn't integrate with anything but Wise anyway, which is fine because I'm not using it for anything else. Wise seems to be stuck on the Alexa integration for 99% of its stuff. Like, it's got much more Alexa integration than it does even Google Home.
Which, Alexa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently you can flash Wise and the bulb with Tasmota.
Because I have the doorbell, the video doorbell. I have two cameras, Gen 1 cameras that can see like 99% of my downstairs. And then I have a smattering of bulbs and the smart switch. Like a smart plug. But I can change out the smart plug if I need to.
Yeah.
Because, like, utilizing Google Home for stuff has worked so far, but even then it doesn't like it too much. Yeah, I switched to YouTube a year ago. Nick, I switched to YouTube a year ago, and I do like it a lot more. The technical back-end stuff I love a lot more, and there's actual rules that are consistent, and I really like that. Assistant, Google Home.
So there's if you want Home Assistant to do stuff with Google Home, you have to install the
gotcha. What's going on, Jimbo?
I haven't yet to actually set it up because I haven't found a need to do it.
The only thing I would want to do it with is just my niche cases, because I have such a weird collection of randomized stuff that
That's the problem.
like. I've got 2 light bulbs that are GE. I have some that are Lifx. I have some that are Hue. I have some that are Wise. It's just this weird conglomerate, which is why I've been using Home, because it worked really well. And I've got 6 or 7 Google Home devices now, either minis, like mini homes, or Nest Home, a larger one. 10-week-old baby boy. Congratulations, Jimbo. Congrats, man.
Home Assistant integrations with Lifx. So all those bulbs can be integrated.
So Hue is there.
You also
Lifx is there.
You can also flash Lifx with Tasmota, I think.
GE
GE would be a problem.
Not. So GE and Wise are the problems.
Lifx has a local API. Okay. So,
no. I stopped playing PUBG. I got frustrated with it. We were playing Super People for a while. I've been playing mostly RuneScape lately. I've kind of been moving away from shooters because I've been slowing down. That's what happens when you turn almost 40. My reflexes aren't what they used to be. Not that they were ever great, but...
is it C by GE?
I don't know.
Is it Bluetooth or Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi. So Jimbo, how do you like being a dad? They are...
Because C is their newest line, and from what I've heard, are awful.
They were given to me, so I'm not sure. I didn't actually buy them.
Does the app tell you?
The Google Home app? No.
No, well, the GE.
There is no GE app. It integrated, you set it up with Google Home. I don't have a GE app.
Oh. That's interesting.
Even worse. You can say interesting all you want, but I say it's even worse. Google Home does not make this easy anymore to find information on shit. It's like once it's connected, and good luck. It's very, very interesting that way. Rooms, groups. Living room, here we go. Lamp. Nope, that's a Hue. Side lamp. It is C by GE.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of.
Yeah. I've got 2 of those. But once again, replacing out individual bulbs isn't going to be that big of a deal. And because because Wisecams don't integrate in with Google anyway, I'm not losing any functionality by not supporting Wise there. It would just be the small handful of lights that I have connected that would get changed out. The thing I do like about is I don't use the app. I don't use apps to control anything. It is 100% through voice, which is why I was using Google Home.
All mine's voice, so yeah. also am the opposite. I started with nothing and built upon Home Assistant. So
Yeah, and I
things that were compatible.
I built everything through Google Home.
Yeah. So apparently the way.
So you can use your Google Home to control Home Assistant?
Oh yeah. That's how everything in my house is controlled.
'Cause, like,
I can tell it
on the back end for me, that's what, okay, so 100% this would be the back end for me, as long as everyone else would not notice a difference in the voice commands. I'm good.
Oh yeah. So like I just say turn on kitchen lights. It turns on the 3 kitchen lights.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't know it's Home Assistant unless something with the internet's out. But if you don't have internet, you can't use the speakers. So but on the other hand, if you don't have internet, you can still open up the Home Assistant app and connect that way.
Yeah.
So you still have control. You still have local control, but through the speakers.
I think I need to upgrade my Raspberry Pi to do this, though.
Which Raspberry Pi you got?
I've got first gen 1.
Yeah, you're gonna need another one. At least a 3. 4 is preferable.
If I'm gonna buy a new one, I'll just buy a fucking 4. How much are these things?
You're not gonna find any 2 gigs, but I don't think it works with 2 gig anyways.
See all buying options. Jesus Christ, they're expensive. What the hell?
Yeah. Getting started.
All right, let me see how much Raspberry Pi 3s cost.
Raspberry Pi 3 is okay, but
All right, let me try not Amazon and see if I can't find a Raspberry Pi 4.
buy it from Qnap. I think. Where did I buy all my Raspberry Pis from? It's $60.
From Connecticut?
Pi
4 2GB is $45. Pre-order ships the end of February.
Yeah, if you can find it, because 2 gigs is out of stock. Everything.
4 gig is out of stock at Connecticut, and 8 gig, yeah, those are all out of stock.
I'm trying to find
Micro Center, Chicago, none in stock.
Yeah, I saw none in stock when I went there. I was gonna buy a couple more because I'm crazy like that.
Spark Fun, 45. We have 7,200 incoming. Some are estimated available March 12th.
Yeah.
They're running in the same problems everyone else is.
Yeah.
Everyone is out of stock of Raspberry Pis.
I have mine that's like a 4 or 8 that I don't use, but
A Raspberry Pi 4?
no, it's just a 4 gig or an 8 gig. I can't remember which one it is.
But which version?
I don't know. I think
Is it
3.
Raspberry Pi 3?
I think I have 2 1s and a 2. Is what I have
Pi
for
Shop.
Pi Shop?
PiShop.com. Or not PiShop.com. It's
PiShop.us.
yeah. Do not go to PiShop.com. It's .us.
Current Pi boards. Pi Zero, Pi Pico. It says notify me for the 8 gig, 1 gig, 2 gig, and 4 gig.
Oh, they really went out of stock. Okay.
Yep, they're all on notify me's.
Good thing I bought mine when I did.
I'm actually not sure where my
When
What
in
did I?
doubt.
keep it sitting on the floor.
When in doubt.
All I know for sure is it might have
Vilrus?
USB-C power and 2 micro HDMI display.
2 micro HDMI. I think that's the Pi 4 then. You could do the CMP.
Dear God.
8 gigs sold out. Sold out, sold out. Everybody is buying Raspberry Pis. Quit it.
They're on eBay for $150.
Hey.
Here's a 2 gig on eBay for $90. Used.
So if you got the keyboard version, it's in stock.
Yikes.
They've got it put in its own custom case.
I mean, it comes in its own case with a keyboard.
Yeah, I just got it from the keyboard though. I don't need the keyboard.
Can't believe.
You know what? I'll bet someone in my tech chat has one that they're not using.
And then the other thing is, you could always do a NUC. Or, actually,
Oh, wait. It's just, does
Your
Home
NAS
Assistant work on Qnap?
yeah, it has a Docker container. It's not direct. You have to set up everything manually. But you can do it. I was just thinking that. I was like, oh yeah, you have Qnap. You could probably put it on there.
It looks like it would be through on Docker.
Yep, Docker. I mean, that all Home Assistant is a Docker container.
Yeah.
So you would install the Home Assistant base, and then all the add-ons you would install as a Docker container as well.
Qnap Container Station. LXC,
I mean, that-
LXD, and Docker containers are supported on Qnap. Really?
That'll let you give it a try to see how you like it. So you don't have to stick with it. You can transfer it to another machine.
Yeah, but I mean, if it runs on the machine, I'm going to be running this machine anyway. I might as well keep it there.
Yeah.
I mean, this goddamn
As
thing's
long as
on
you-
all the time.
As long as you figure out that network port.
Well, I know how to fix it. I unplug it and plug it back in from source, and it's fixed.
Oh, try settings a static IP.
In my
In the
Netgear
Qnap.
setting, in the Qnap,
Yeah.
I just have to get it
Maybe-
back up and running again.
Yeah, maybe it's just not liking that. And because it's going through the Netgear, it's not liking something with DHCP. That would be my first thing to do. Because then it'll have a network IP when it boots.
Yeah,
Or at least,
and so it'll
Suppose
always
that.
have a network IP.
yeah. But like in my Home Assistant the other day, I added my car.
Your car.
I can turn on and off my car from Home Assistant now.
What car do you have?
The Ford Escape.
Oh, nice. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's probably going to go away when they disable 3G, but I haven't received any notices about it. I know, what was it? Toyota recently did that. That their key fob for remote start in order to use it, you have to pay their monthly subscription. And people have been finding out. Even though it's built into the remote, they still tie it to a subscription. For some reason.
And the car that I want is just too expensive still.
Which one's that?
I want a fucking Rubicon 4xe.
Okay.
Get a plug-in Jeep Wrangler Rubicon.
Yeah. I'm still dealing with Jeep issues.
So Jeep and Subaru are both of those things where when you buy one, you roll the dice. You can either get one that never breaks down and is never in the shop, or you get one that you can drive it 2 weekends a month because it's always in the shop.
Well, my issue is the state of Illinois.
Oh.
I still don't have my plates. From July.
So like I'm eyeing, and I'm not replacing my car yet. We're going to wait until, so we ran for a long time and is able to have 2 car payments and have that fit in our budget. And then I paid my car off. And so we still have hers, but I figured with my kids getting older and they're going to start driving, we're going to need to get a 3rd car at some point. And so I was going to buy a new one, but I was going to try to keep it within that old budget. But then I realized if I can hold off for a couple more years, because I think it's 2 years or less than 2 years until hers is paid off, then I can get one that is the equivalent or a little bit lower than what the 2 of ours combined would be. And we would still save money in the budget, and I could get something that's a little bit more. But so I've been looking at other options. And electric and Jeep are 2 things that I've wanted for a long time. But I don't know if a starting price of $60,000 is going to fit my budget.
Yeah, that's a big thing for me right now. I'd like a more efficient car. But also I can't just do electric because I travel 330 miles in a day. So I can't have an electric car.
Yeah. And that's where I'm like, okay, if I don't get electric now, I will get electric
Eventually.
on my next vehicle type of a thing. Because I can get a Wrangler for not bad. Like I think I can get a Rubicon for not terrible as long as it's not electric.
Which one did I buy? It was a 2-door, just a standard Wrangler.
The Rubicons are a little bit more, but yeah, I could get a standard like a Willys Sport or something like that, or even a Willys, and I think that would fit within my budget. Actually, the Rubicon would probably fit within my budget too. Actually, I'm looking at it.
What was that?
Over here just wanting like a Hyundai Active van.
Why?
I could get a
amazing
2-door Rubicon. They do make 2-door Rubicons, but 4-door would be nice because then I can get people in and out of it a little easier.
Oh yeah. People can actually sit in it.
In a 4-door Rubicon, yeah.
Yeah. That's one big issue with a 2-door. And the floors are so high up that the seats are pretty much on the floor in the back. Yeah, they don't make them for comfort.
No.
Plus, driving it on the highway is awful.
The Jeeps are?
Yeah. You're one with the road. Literally.
Then I might just go for more I mean, I'm a bigger guy. I don't drive all that often, and I'm going to drive for comfort more than I will be for look.
Yeah.
God damn it. Hang on. I'm going to unplug and plug back in this thing so I can at least get an IP. Hang on a second. Let's see if that works. It used to work. It probably
Like
won't.
YouTube pauses the video when it's in the background.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I don't think
Worse
I've
when we're playing
done
games.
a just chatting video like this in a long time.
Been a couple months.
I should do these more often. I mean, I understand that we already damn near run frickin' a podcast with a game in the background as it stands anyway, but
Wait, isn't that what a stream is?
sometimes. All right, I'm gonna set this thing up on static because it's connected now, but I just don't know what IP address it is at the moment. Again, attached devices.
Is it set as static in the router as well?
I don't think it is. I don't think it's set up as static. Hang on.
Yeah, if anything,
Where's Loki?
just toggle it to always give the same IP, but also set it statically in the NAS.
NAS. Now I gotta remember how I set things as static IPs in Orbi setup. Static routes. That would be.
That's not it.
Nope, that would not be it. Router mode is
Probably be under
on.
your, go under like clients.
Administration, attached devices.
You can probably click on the device and click
That's
make static IP.
that's what I'm gonna check right now in a minute. I can set it as a NAS. It does not have. Okay, I'm looking this up real quick.
Maybe DHCP then.
Netgear, Orbi, static IP. Assign static IP. Advanced LAN address reservation.
Yep, that sounds like it.
Advanced. Wait, where? Okay. I also have this thing jank wired to the outside internet because I'm routing it through the provided router and setting that into bridge mode because all of the all of the... Why did my brain just completely shut down? Troubleshooting software stuff is all built through their routers. That way they can get around the... We don't require our own router, but if you don't use it, we can't connect to anything, so we have to send a technician out and charge you for a technician if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
LAN setup. Address reservation. Add. Now I can go through here and I can find this one. Click add on it. So now that IP address should always connect to that.
It's just so DHCP doesn't give it out by accident to something else. As long as you're gonna use the same one.
I have no problems doing that. I'll check that later. Now I need to... Options. No, this is not right. Control panel. Where would I go to set this as?
Probably network under advanced
Network
or
access?
System settings, maybe?
Network and file services. Let's see. System, general settings. There's the port. Login screen, console management. No. Security. No. Fuck, where would this be at?
Qnap network settings? Probably. Is there like system settings or admin settings?
Qnap settings, static IP address. When in doubt, Google. To edit the IP address...
Why does it say how to find your IP? I don't want to find my... Why is it a YouTube video to tell me how to set it statically? General settings. Go there.
General settings, yep.
And then under... Wait, no, hold on. Go under network and file services. Right?
Network and file services. Service binding, proxy, or reverse proxy. That's for network access.
Oh, okay. Go to network and virtual switch.
Network and virtual switch, yep.
Yeah, there it is. And then there should be one for interfaces.
Interfaces. And then where it's connected, I can configure Use static IP address. Here we go. So now I won't obtain automatically. No, it's fine that it's, now that I understand, like, the way that it's laid out, if you were to see it, it makes a lot of sense intuitively. It's just finding it is... the DNS IP address has not been set.
You set it to your router.
What is my router's DNS? Hang on.
Probably 192.168.0.1.
Subnet. Where do I find my router's
On your desktop.
DNS?
Go network settings.
Oh,
The
right.
DNS should be your router IP. Unless it's not set up that way.
DNS server assignment is automatic. Edit. Automatic DHCP.
Go. Just what is your router IP?
It's 1.1.
Okay. Put that for your DNS address.
Should work.
It is what should work. Or you could do 1.1.1.1 or 8.8. But yeah, I'd say just put your router IP.
Don't have IPv6 up and running.
Yep. Yeah. If it's a checkmark to disable it, just do that. Or just leave it blank.
It's now loading and thinking about what it's about to do.
$6, we can rage together.
So I've got 2 adapters on this thing, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you can set both of them up the same way. Just give the second address.
Whatever the second
IP.
address is. All right, so this seems to be working. So now that it's added that way and it's not dealing with... So now if I reboot this thing, it should connect.
Yes.
So we're going to find out. Let me reboot this goddamn thing. One or more of my storage pools is nearly full.
Really?
Yeah. I gotta figure that out in a minute.
Didn't you put just like 1 terabyte drives in there or something?
I think they're all 1 or 2 terabyte drives. Well, they don't make it very easy to figure out how to reboot this goddamn thing, do they? Here we go. Restart.
Just unplug it.
I'm going to go through the reboot system and see if this works. I never could get the Plex media server that was built into it, baked in, to actually work and connect to Plex. And then a friend of mine gave me access to his, and he had everything I had plus 10,000 things else. So I just went, okay.
Yeah, I could use some more stuff for my Plex. I have 34 videos.
Yeah, my friend's kind of a cinephile, so I get access to a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Which I definitely will not complain about.
No? No.
All right. Rebooting. Please wait. Which means it should reconnect directly in on the reboot screen because it's not getting a new IP address.
Yes.
Assuming that this worked. But knowing that I can use Home Assistant with Orbi to control Orbi, that makes me even happier because then I can use the connection from Trello to Orbi. I think I can at least. Netgear Orbi Home.
The only question is, what can it do?
Assistant.
Let's see. Is currently used by 900 different people. You can use it as person tracking to see if somebody's home or not, and have it turn off lights if they're not.
Platform allows you to detect presence by looking at connected devices to a Netgear device.
I don't think Orbi lets you control access.
Nope, it does not look like it. Well, that dream was short-lived.
Yeah.
This thing isn't angrily beeping at me.
Well, that's a good sign that it worked.
But I don't think it's completely rebooted yet. Because the LAN light isn't on at all.
No.
Must not be done booting up. We'll give it a minute.
Yeah, it is Linux after all. Probably checking this pool.
Well, it's got to load up everything that runs the background as well for it, so... you know. I mean, the other option is just never reboot my freaking thing. Yeah, my network right now is so janked it's not even funny. Like, just the way I have everything routed is really weird. And probably horrible. Well, I went from interesting to interesting. All right, we're holding power and powering off and powering on that way. Reboots. Linux does not like reboots. Linux likes powers off and power ons.
Yeah.
I've noticed that.
I'm looking at the Unify setup for controlling traffic. Is you create a restriction group per person, and then it gives a toggle switch within Home Assistant that you can turn it on and off.
Well, what I might end up doing then is I might poke around Unify, buy it, and then try to recoup my money by selling my Orbi set on Amazon or something.
Well, if you want to try it, I can ship you one of my access points that I'm not currently using and see how it works for you. And then if you like it, just buy an access point to replace it.
I've come to claim my former vows you granted me before. Oh, hold the tongue of your former vows, for they will bring sad strife. Oh, hold the tongue of the former vows, I am become a wife. He turned him right and round about, and a tear blinded his eye. I'd have never trodden on Irish ground were it not for love of thee. I might
Wi-Fi.
have had a king's daughter far, far beyond the sea. Oh, I might have had a king's daughter were it not for love of thee. If you might have had a king's daughter, yourself you had to blame. Ye might
They
have
actually look kind of nice. Wi-Fi base. Oh, Jesus, that's okay. So you would just, it's just all access points, right?
Well, I mean, you could do switches and access points.
Well, no, okay. So here's the interesting thought process. So if I were to go do this and I were to get an access point for upstairs, that means I could use my, well, no, because the NAT table is absolutely garbage and terrible. It is tiny, never mind.
For what?
Utilizing my already, what I have already for
It's like the
as
upload.
as a router.
Use what you have as the router. So your
My
or the,
no, what comes with my internet.
what comes with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recommend using that.
No, and these are
Never do.
just access points, right?
Yes.
They do not. What about? So do you use this with it? So the idea is use this with a already existing router.
So they have their own router, but that I don't recommend. I'm using PF Sense, so you could do that too.
A PF Sense. What is a PF Sense running on?
Mine is a VM. It's not an easy setup.
Interesting. So you have it running on one of your servers in a VM?
Yeah. Just because I wanted a 10 gig router, and that was the only way. I'm eventually gonna make it its own dedicated system, but haven't spent the money to do it yet.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, now the landline's starting to blink, but I still can't connect to it.
I think the network port is just bad. Maybe you should have set it up on the second one and disabled the first one. I don't know.
I think it just takes forever. Okay, now it beeped. So does that mean that one beep means that it's fully powered up and loaded? Yes, it worked. Yep.
Okay. Cool.
So that beep, once you reboot it, you wait for it to beep once, and that tells you that it's access availability. Because now it connects. Yep. So it takes 5 minutes for it to fully power on.
What is that like? I don't know. That is so slow. It's running on a 500 RPM disk.
Oh, it's my drives are bad.
Flash, but you know.
Yeah, no, it's storage pools. All right. Let's look at the App Center. Yes, I know you're beeping at me when things are going on. What the hell is going on here? Why are we beeping at me now? Oh, because I was removing something.
Why does it beep? That's weird.
I don't know. I'm gonna turn off that eventually. Eventually, I'll turn it off. Okay, so what else do I need to do to update this thing? Or let me look at the warnings first.
Your pool is degraded.
Is this thing just saving snapshot after snapshot after snapshot?
Is it not getting rid of them?
That's what I'm looking at right now. Storage and snapshots. Because I haven't used it for damn near anything, so I don't think it would be that unless it is.
Yeah, that could be very well the case.
1 terabyte, 1 terabyte. So there's 5 1 terabyte drives. I've used... Okay, here we go. Volume, the system, thick volume, storage pool 1. Hang on.
Setup as a thick volume?
Apparently.
Yeah, that would use the full size.
Used 0.93 out of 2.59 terabytes. So I get 2.5 terabytes. So it's using up half. 2.6 terabytes is a thick volume. Yep. For storage pool 1. Why is it doing that? And before I start fucking with that, I need to pull off what data that I have on there first. And put it somewhere else. Before I start screwing with this. Because I have stuff backed up on there that I don't have anywhere else at the moment. Properties. What does it tell me? How much is in here? Oh, I have a lot of stuff in here. Oh, right, because I have those video backups. And those. Nothing in there. Okay, Hill isn't using it, so I can get rid of that. Multimedia properties. Actually, this just might be stuff. Okay, I have almost a terabyte there. Oh yeah, if I'm only able to use 2.5 terabytes. Then this would give me... There's 100 gigs in that, and there's 900 gigs in here. Right? Yes. How much space do I have on my properties? No. But this one.
It's always the problem with moving
2.
stuff.
2 terabytes. Well, I haven't been using it because I wanted to figure out exactly what I was going to use it for before I start dumping a bunch of stuff on there. which I think was smart. And I was using it, I think, mostly as redundant, which I also think was really smart. Just because I didn't know what I was going to do with it yet.
Yeah, trying to figure out how to offload like a couple terabytes of data so you can redo stuff is not fun.
No, I have the space. Thankfully, I have the space, but the problem is that it's on a USB attached drive. So pulling off 4 or 1.5, 1.75 terabytes worth of stuff at 100 megasecond is not going to be very nice.
No, it's not.
But it's what I'm gonna have to do.
Does it have USB ports?
It does.
That would be the quickest way that I can think of.
But that requires a lot more finagling because where my USB connected is right now is nowhere close to where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'll just do it this way. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine, you know.
But I've had a group and beat Croesus 3 times. Oh, nice, Hills. Nice.
I don't know what that is, but if I had to guess, it's for
It's
that
a-
other game.
It's a RuneScape thing.
Yeah.
Because what I will end up doing then is I will, once I pull all this stuff off, then I'll completely reformat everything and start figuring out how to set it up the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I can use it, if I can figure out the Docker side of things and setting up Home Assistant on it, then I will just do that. And what I'll end up doing is, I'll keep the drives that are in there, and then just use it as whatever extra as Glacier storage.
Yeah, that works.
Because that's what, like, originally, so when I record things, I obviously don't like having too much compressed because compression is not very fun when editing shit.
Yeah.
Or a limited amount of compression, I should say. So, but I also want to keep a lot of that stuff backed up, but just for reference side. And so my original thought was, after it sits locally for a year, then I will transfer it to Amazon's Glacier storage.
That works.
Because Glacier storage is fairly cheap, I believe.
Yeah, unless you have to access it.
Which is one of the reasons why I was going to wait after a year, because I want to keep it for prosperity, but after a year, I probably won't use it again.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I think Amazon's Glacier storage is cheaper than Google's.
Does Google even have Glacier?
I don't know if they do or not, actually.
Google Cold Storage? Archival Cloud. Try it free.
Yeah, but how much is it after you try it free?
I'll just-
All right, Amazon Glacier pricing. Storage pricing is 0.4 cents per gigabyte per month. Each time you need to upload a file or a piece of a file, request is sent. Requests are billed in thousands, but there are usually many of them. The price is 5 cents per 1,000 upload requests.
That's nothing.
Before you can start downloading files, you need to retrieve them from Glacier. That is a special operation exists only for Amazon S3 class.
So what is Glacier pricing?
Glacier pricing for storage is 0.4 cents per gigabyte per month. But it looks like to pull it, I would have to S3 it for retrieval.
Here's 3 cents. Deep Archive is 0.00099 cents.
And that's Google Deep Archive?
No, that's S3 Deep.
Oh, yeah.
Google's archive storage, their cheapest, is 0.001 cent.
Oh, you can retrieve 10 gigabytes for free each month at standard speeds.
The Google storage isn't that bad.
No, it doesn't sound like it is.
I mean, it's... Wait, was it 0.001? Yeah,
Is that
0.001.
Archival cloud storage?
Yeah, archive storage. There's Cold Line, which is 0.004. Same. So that one you can probably go access faster.
At rest pricing.
Doesn't actually. There was a
These
list.
actually are not that bad for prices.
No.
Especially for me, who's going to start small. I mean, it's going to get bigger as time goes on, but for archiving, this is better than buying drives for a NAS for archiving other than temporary archive stuff. I mean, I can get, if I do this for long term and I get, say, 2 14 terabyte drives or even a single terabyte 14 terabyte drive and have, 50 terabytes locally to be able to play with and then upload that once a year to...
So I'm paying Backblaze. It is 0.005 cents a gig. And you can access it at any time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But doesn't Backblaze require you to always have it in the same spot and then it just uploads from there?
What do you mean in the same spot? No, so they have different. They have B2 cloud storage. That's what I'm using for my NAS. You get 10 gigs free.
Backblaze B2.
That's my
storage gigabyte per month and then download. Yeah, that's cheap as shit.
It's 1 cent more than Amazon's glacial storage. And you can access
and
it
you can
at
actually
any time.
access it at any time.
Yeah. So like right now I have 1.7 terabytes stored, and that costs me how much? The pricing. Billion. There you are. B2 cloud storage. It cost me $8.38 a month
For how much storage?
for 1.7 terabytes.
And then it scales. So it's about $5 a terabyte per month.
Yeah. Which is not bad.
No.
And if you're using for archival that you'll eventually want to like delete something, it works out well. But if you really want, like, you would move it over to S3 Glacial, the deep storage, and that's the cheapest for long-term archive.
Yeah. Yeah, for the glacial. And see, that's where I'm like, that's where I'm sitting on the fence for, because right now I can get 3 terabytes out of my current NAS. So that would be $15 a month paid for. If I were to calculate it out per year and say a 14 terabyte drive, it almost makes monetary sense to reload this thing up with 14 teras drives, but that's all cost up front then.
Right.
Versus spread out. And that's where I'm trying to, figure out. God, it's not cheap to store shit.
No, it's not.
Okay, if I'm doing videos, but that would recompress, that would not give me good. I guess if just having it for reference material, compression wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing depending on how it's compressed. Why couldn't I just use YouTube to store all my video stuff?
You know, that's a great answer, because they compress it.
Yeah.
Again.
And so my already MPVs or whatever that I record compressed to begin with gets recompressed on YouTube. Because it's then specially, yeah, that's true. Because it's not like I'm recording raw footage at the moment, raw anything. It's already getting recorded with some compression. Just because of how OBS and how everything else works. Because I'm not shooting anything. Dude, could you imagine if I was trying to do film stuff with shooting with actual, like... Oh my god.
It's a couple terabytes, and you have to back it up. Yeah.
Could you imagine what someone like slow-mo guys goes... I wonder what their cost for storage is for slow-mo guys stuff.
They have a NAS, a giant NAS, and they filled it.
Yeah, I saw that Linus Tech Tips thing when he did that thing with Gavin.
Yeah.
And he got it, assembled it, and within 30 seconds it was full.
Yeah. That slow-mo video is huge.
Like, I'm not doing anything that crazy.
Go play Super People.
Okay.
All right, see you, man. Like, that stuff is already huge to begin with. And then you just add to it. Like, I'm already dealing with one level of compression for my stuff because it's all recorded from the computer anyway. Uploading it for storage would degrade it even further, I'm afraid.
Years ago, last time they ran the numbers on 21 terabytes of Qnap versus 21 terabytes of Amazon, buying another Qnap was cheaper after 5 years.
And that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, okay, if we do, let's go with that Best Buy real quick. Let me look at these again. So these things were $250, right? So that's $1,250 to buy, to say I smash in all 14 terabyte drives into my Qnap. Which I'm sure if I drop down from 14, because it's going to take me a while to fill all that up. I wonder what...
Well, I mean, it's better to have it than upgrade later. So
that's $1,200.
Wait. You're going to put all 5? I'd start small and just do 2 discs.
Well, and that's what I was thinking is would it be better to go start small with 2 discs of 14, or would it be better to drop down for price wise and do a bunch of 8s? But then if I'm swapping out drives, then that would be a problem. I would just put in 2 discs and just leave the other ones empty, because it's easier to add to a NAS than it is to swap hard drives out to new hard drives, isn't it?
Yeah. Although if you have 2 NASs, you can use one as your current one, and then when you upgrade, swap out the drives with the bigger ones on the backup system, and then switch them. You know, like a sane person. I don't know. Backup storage is crazy.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out of how I want to do this.
Just get a tape drive.
You know, I've thought about it.
I really want one.
I wonder how much.
They're not that expensive if you can find them used. New is costly. Unless you're an enterprise, then you can justify it.
Like every once in a while, I'll go read on data hoarders and talking about these guys, and they've got, you know, like
petabytes.
Just got a couple petabytes going on here, and I'm like, holy, pay off your chair first. No, and I think that's the key right there, Hill, is what I'm going to do is I'll finance a lot of it, but I will pay off one thing before I finance the next. Because I've been working on rebuilding my credit because it's been bad for so long, and I'm finally getting to the point where I can get things like credit for my chair and then paying it off, and because that'll help rebuild everything up, and then I'll be able to afford up things more and more and more as time goes on. So maybe that's what I'll do. I will stick with what I've got for now, and then I will figure out when this is paid off, then I'll come up with a solution for data, because I have enough storage space right now where I don't need to go crazy for this.
Yeah.
The other thing to do is I do have USB drive capability where I can plug a drive into my Qnap and use it as an extended storage. So if I were to buy, say, one of those, plug it in, it gives me that extra 14 terabytes. I can utilize it through my storage, and then maybe I just buy another one and I just use them as glacial. I just do archive year here to here and go stick it in a fireproof safe somewhere.
Yeah. That's one way of doing it.
Because I've thought about doing that before too, buying a fireproof safe that specifically for drives.
Just buy the fireproof NAS.
Oh God, how much is that going to cost? Fireproof NAS.
Or just get a NAS and put it in somebody else's house.
IO Safe. Introducing the IO Safe 1520 Plus NAS. Data center class storage. Fireproof, waterproof data protection. I don't even want to know if I want to know how much this is going to cost. 2,300. Diskless is $2,300.
Yeah, it's a premium. And like, it doesn't even hold that much.
Oh, that's diskless. The max I can do is 5 14 terabyte drives for 70 terabytes, and that would be $15,000.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll do something like... Yeah, I think that buying one and doing it that way will be good. I would not mind upgrading these drives to like 4 terabyte drives each, because I think that's probably something that's affordable. How much are 4 terabyte NAS drives? About $100 or $80 at Amazon for Western Digital Reds.
I'd go Seagate.
Seagate Iron Wolves are $85 each.
At least you know if it's a CMR versus SMR.
And they're also 7,200 RPM instead of 5,400, which doesn't make that much of a difference when you're just storing, but...
No.
Iron Wolf NAS hard drives.
I'm running the Exos in my NAS.
Yeah, I don't need NAS drives necessarily.
The Exos actually are better spec'd for less than NAS drives. And come with a longer warranty.
Seagate Exos. What do you have? The Exos X, Exos E's, or Exos X20s?
My 14 is an XO 14.
Also, just enterprise drives.
Yeah.
X series.
But they're rated for like, you can have up to like 24 drives in one system, is like their metric of how much vibrations they can deal with.
Exos X14. Well, those are not cheap either, though.
No.
There's a 230 for refurbished.
Ooh, I would stay away from refurbished.
Yeah. Yeah, drives are one thing you never want to get refurbished. All right, how much are they on Amazon? They're $500 a drive on Amazon. God damn it. Fucking supply lines, man.
I know.
You can't buy anything right now because of supply lines.
Where did I buy my drives last? It was...
All right, I can get them new on eBay for $260.
Oof.
And that's direct from China.
Oof.
And that's the Exos X14s.
Where did I buy mine?
Well, these are that's refurbished. $235 for refurbished ones. So if I do decide to go refurbish, they're even more. They're just as fucking expensive.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if my supplier has some cheaper. Come on, Google.
I might, depending on how that goes, I might just keep my Qnap the way it is now and just use it for a little bit of storage, and then I might do something like Backblaze for a while and see how it goes. Because
I mean, I like it. It's simple. It works.
cloud, over time, over several years, it might be cheaper, but if something goes wrong here, it's a loss. Cloud storing it, assuming that they're replicable enough, you're not going to lose it if your house burns down.
Yeah.
Do you have a do you have like an affiliate link or referral link for Backblaze?
I do. I thought I sent it, but I think that's for the
I think that was for the
computer backup.
that was the computer backup that you sent me once upon a time.
Oh, it's on this screen. I don't think they have referral for B2. Yeah, it's only for their personal backups, referrals.
Yeah, no, B2, if you can access it, like, that's fine. I can just...
So, I believe you can make it S2 compatible as well, if that interests you.
I don't know if I want to get sucked into the S system for automating any of this shit.
So, the only thing being S2 compatible would be, although I don't see it, is for legacy systems that don't support changing. So, I don't know why. I couldn't get it working in my VM, or not my VM, my website management control panel to upload, but I didn't actually care.
Manage and store large media libraries without changing daily workflows. All right, hang on a second. Files are available for download anytime, either through APIs or a browser-compatible URL. So if you use the APIs, then it's S3 compatible API.
Yeah.
Backblaze supports two different suites of APIs, B2 native and S3 compatible. Upload, download, delete with 8 Blackberries, native APIs only. Getting started with S3 compatible. So do they have a web run where I can just upload it directly that way? Do I have to... Do I have to go through an API to do it?
Hold on.
Oh, browser compatible URL. There we go. Never mind. It does say that it's available browser compatible. All right, you know what? We're gonna just sign up. Oh wait, do I have a Blackblaze account? Apparently I do. I have a Backblaze account, apparently. I did create an account at one point in time, but I don't have any licenses.
Well, that's for the personal then. Just go down to
Wait.
buckets and create a bucket.
My settings. The fuck? Oh, enabled products, computer backup. So I did sign one up from when you sent me the thing.
Okay. I mean, you get a free month's trial, so... But yeah, just create a bucket and you can upload. It already has my 3D printing folders uploaded. It's amazing.
Overview. I don't have anything on here, do I? Oh, that's buying computer. Oh, that's right, because to do B2, I have to... verify a mobile phone number for B2 cloud storage. All right, I'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
I'm still pulling the stuff off the my NAS. About 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining.
Oh no.
But I'm looking at it. Let me see if I have this stuff already down somewhere. I don't think I do, but just in case. It wouldn't be in storage. It would be here, I think. Not from there. No. Wait. I think I already had all this stuff. Let me find out. Oh, hang on a second. How do I cancel this? Like that. Oh, yep. I had not, after I had uploaded it, I had not pulled it off my other storage drive. So now I have everything that was on my NAS down. Okay, cool. So now...
That's quick.
Well, it's because I never... So I had it all on a separate drive, and when I pushed it up to the NAS, I never deleted off my other hard drive. So I didn't have to re-pull it back down because it was already down. Okay. Let's start this thing over. How would I do that? Restore to factory defaults. Reinitialize NAS. Erase all data and reinitialize the NAS. Oh wait, what is the default Qnap password though?
Qnap probably.
I have a Qnap cloud thing that's attached to this, which might be interesting. Okay. The admin password and system settings will be reset. Default settings. You press and hold the reset button at the back of the NAS for 3 seconds while retaining user. No, I do not want to do that part. All right, let me look this up first. Qnap. Reinitialize. Oh, are you kidding me right now? Okay. So it is admin. All volumes, pools, take some time, use restart or shut down to restart or shut down the system after NAS was reinitialized. Restart it. Please.
Now you're going to have that network issue.
We're going to find out. I'm wondering if setting it static on my other end might work. We'll find out.
I mean, it'll give it back the same IP when you reboot.
Yeah. We'll see what it does. Not sure how long it'll take, but we'll see what it does. Because then I can reset it up so it's not the fat volume, and I can use more of my stuff. I think I did that just for redundancy problems issues, but I don't think I need that if I'm just going to use it as a server instead of as a storage. Because I think that's what I was doing, is I was going, okay, if I'm using this as storage, I want to have a double redundancy system, which is why it's shaved in half. Just in case a drive fails, I can get everything back. But if I'm not using it for storage and I'm just using it for a server, it's a 5 terabyte server, and I can do that just fine, and that's more than enough space.
Yeah. Yeah, 5 terabytes is better than 1.5.
Yeah. And this was... Funny thing is, I think they're all matching drives, too. I think they're all WD Blues.
Ooh,
somehow.
you do not want blues in there.
No, maybe some of them are blues. I don't know. Yeah, but I'm fucking with it, so it's not like I'm going to use it permanently.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not using it for storage. I'm just using it for other stuff, so it should be okay. I mean, absolutely, eventually, I do not want to use it for that. This entire stream just turned into me playing with that.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Are you still doing hills? Are you still doing the bosses in RuneScape?
We're getting ready to try the King Black Dragon.
Fun.
So you might hear me cursing in a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. I'm just generally working on random stuff and just messing around with things. Because why not? It's fun. Hey, and my back isn't hurting yet at all either. It's kind of crazy how much of a difference this thing makes. Like, if I wasn't convinced before, I'm absolutely convinced now.
I know. Yeah, like for my chair, I don't even realize I'm still sitting in the chair all day.
When I said that, it was because I hadn't even thought about that I was sitting in a chair until
Yeah.
I was like, oh wait, hang on a second, this is crazy. Because for me, being a bigger guy, I'm wide. And so like my last chair, for example, while it was weight was good enough to hold my weight, it wasn't made for a big guy. So it was a standard width, and I didn't realize that it was like the edges were digging into my hips, and it being cheaper, there was no lumbar support or anything. And so this has got both those. It's wide enough for me. I've got lumbar support. It's just worth every penny.
I know.
Worth every freaking penny. And Secret Lab chairs aren't exactly cheap either.
No, they're not expensive.
But they're not, they're not exorbitantly expensive like Herman Miller chairs or some shit like that.
That I would know.
Did you buy Herman Miller?
That's what I have.
Yeah.
I have the Logitech edition. Just because I like the color better. Gotta say, it's worth every penny. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to fit in the Aeron chair, so I don't even know how much it would cost me.
Let's see. I don't have a tape measure near me. I mean, mine feel wide, but that's just me.
Yeah, my Secret Lab, I think it ended up being $630.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No.
Especially for that style of chair. At least you didn't go with like the cheap gamer chairs on Amazon. Those are the worst.
That was I had like a heavy cheap gamer chair, which was the last one that I had. And it lasted me a couple of years. I think I got that 2 Januaries ago, so
I think I remember when you got that one.
I think it was 2 years, which the fact that I sat in that thing for 2 years blows my mind. Yeah, January 2020. That was 2 years ago to the month. And that was $200 that I spent for that thing. So, I mean, it wasn't like it lasted a while, but it just wasn't wide seat at all. This thing has got the wider seat, and the cool thing that Secret Lab has is you put in your height and your weight, and then it will tell you which chair of theirs is good for that.
Oh, that's cool.
So you don't have to guess which one you should get. They say, well, for your height and weight, this is what we have available for you. Which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeet. What are we yeeting, Josh? What are we yeeting?
We're yeeting Josh out of the chat.
Yeet. I hear him cackling over there, so it's something. My sanity out a window. Your sanity? You're living with me. My sanity, we should be worried about calling into question. All right. Alright, kill the Amazons. Now we're back to this again. Attach devices. Here we are. All right, Qnap warranty service. Close. Welcome to the QTS Smart Installation System. Smart installation will help guide you through the installation process. This process will take a few minutes depending on your installed hard drives. Okay, start. Specify current version. Firmware. Next. NAS name. Username. New system administrator account will be created with the introduced name after completing installation. The system reserved user admin will be disabled. Fine with me. Next. Time zone. I am not in Samoa. Why is that even a possible thing? Eastern. All right, that's fine. Use a static IP address. Oh, here it is. Ethernet 2 connected. IP address gives me the IP address, gateway, all of that fun stuff. Okay. This actually lets me set up a static IP address at startup. That's nice.
It probably did last time as well.
Proceed, probably. I just didn't do it then.
Right.
Initializing system clears all drive data. Do you wish to proceed? Initialize. Applying settings. This actually is not a bad little installation thing. Which I guess could be good or could be bad depending on what's going on.
Yeah.
99%, and it hangs at 99%. It's been at 99% longer than it was 1 through 99%, which is funny. That's always cracked me up with computers, is that it just jumps all the way up there and then just sits.
It was like, I thought we were done, but I got a lot more to do.
Just kidding. We're just going to go ahead and say, nope, not today.
It's like the old installers that would actually go back in progress after readjusting.
I mean, I don't give a shit about it.
It means nothing.
Whenever there is a computer system and it has a progress bar, it means jack shit.
It just means something's still happening.
Yes.
That's
the only ones that I believe are download percentages.
Yes, because it's actual based on speed.
You know how much there is, you know how much you've gotten, and that is the percentage of what you're getting.
Except for web servers that don't actually report how big the item is. Which nowadays is
rare, those are
but
hard to find.
It still happens.
Yeah. I guess.
Like, most servers already know how big it is, so
yeah,
it's not like it's unknown.
Sure, if you're playing Among Us, you had better keep it down. Kid wakes the dead.
Play that?
My floors are so thin that yesterday, I think it was yesterday, thing one was trying to get Google to do something with the home device that I have down here. And it was so loud that upstairs living room, it was setting my phone off.
Oh.
My phone was detecting it. And I was not happy with that. The built-in media server streams content to DLNA-enabled television.
Yeah, that works.
I could use the My Qnap cloud and have it as a local cloud backup for my phone stuff.
You could, or
I'm
you
not.
can install the correct one, which is Open Nextcloud.
Yeah, or I can just continue to use a mixture of Google Photos for photos and then either my OneDrive or my Google Drive.
Yeah.
I use OneDrive because I actually pay for Office.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I do that because as good of a basic replacement that Google Docs system suite is, nothing beats the macro system and the entirety of programming in Excel.
Yes.
And if you fuck with spreadsheets, Google Sheets is nowhere near a replacement.
But Google Scripts is JavaScript.
Yes.
Make a web API with it.
You can. And then if you want to
And
use
it's
if you want to use
awful.
it with people who don't, yeah, it's awful, right? And not
Um,
and shockingly, it's awful not because it's JavaScript, but because it's such a janky little patch over.
I know. We actually had somebody in our area try and make a task management for Ingress
Oof.
to like put portals and stuff, and it was built as Google Sheets as the backend, and the jankiest mobile app software development.
Ouch.
It was awful.
Yeah, the Office suite stuff. I mean, just and I know it's mostly because it's been there the longest, and so it's the most polished. It's one of the few times where time actually helps. But they're just such light years ahead of anyone else that it's worth paying the money for. Especially since standard is DocX, etc., and as much as any other grouping wants to do compatibility layers, it doesn't. Like, it just doesn't work most of the time. Uh-oh. Hills left the chat. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. No, she said something about cussing out because of the thing, but now I don't know what's going on. And I don't think she's listening to the stream anymore. Man, LDAP server takes for freaking ever to load.
Why is that enabled?
Because it's the default for a multimedia NAS for people.
Huh.
So I think it's like it's their default, whatever they have for default stuff that pops up, and then I'm going to be uninstalling a lot of that extra stuff that I don't need. But it takes forever to start it up. Maybe that's why it takes so long to start everything up before.
It's all those background ones.
Yup. That's interesting.
longevity. But at the same time, I wish there was something I wanted as badly as he wanted to fry himself.
All right, there we go. Now it's loading. All right, get started. Follow these step up app to manage settings. Storage and snapshots. Here we go. Storage snapshots is central interface managing disk storage space and other storage features. Start using the NAS. Either create a storage pool and then a thick or thin volume, or create a static volume. New storage pool. Auto tiering storage. Different types of drives to storage pool. So I have 2 Seagates and 3 Western Digitals. They're all a terabyte drive. So if I select them all, my RAID options are 0, 5, and 6. For RAID types.
With that size drives, I say just do a RAID 5.
Or a JBOD.
No. That's a
RAID
just a bunch of
5, when 3 disks are available, protects against 1 disk failure. RAID 0, all the disk capacity used, but does not provide any disk failure protection. And then 6 is when 4 protects against 2 disk failures. So 5 would be better. Which gives me a capacity of 3.6 terabytes out of the 5 terabyte drives that I have. 6 gives me 2.7. 0 gives me 4.5. 3.6 is fine. Alert threshold. Oh, it enabled pool guaranteed snapshot space. So that'll give me a snapshot that I can transfer stuff over. 5, 10, 15, and 20% availability. What is? Hang on. Using snapshots preferred changes in data. The snapshots will be stored directly in the storage pool. Snapshots are automatically removed when the system needs to free up storage pool space for other purposes, such as thin provisioning. Enabling pool guaranteed snapshot space ensures that a certain number of snapshots will be retained by reserving a specified amount of storage pools for the snapshots. Well, that's interesting. Five, estimated unallocated space. All right, so total available space is 3.6 terabytes, 500 gigs for reservation, which gives me 3.14 terabytes of unallocated space. That's better than what it was before, I think.
Yeah.
This may take a few minutes. Okay. That is the epitome of dealing with these things. And then I can go through and find out what services I'm not going to use, like DLNA.
Well, DLNA is good if you're doing media off of it.
I'm not gonna do media off of it. I don't think.
Yeah. Let Plex deal with that.
If I'm even gonna use it for me, I may not even use it for media.
Yeah, I mean, Plex exposes DLNA anyway, so why have it built in to the NAS?
Everything that I had for Plex, I think my friend already has anyway, so I just use his.
Yeah.
I mean, I pay for a Plex account anyway, too, so I don't have all the other janky shit.
Right. Yeah, I bought the Plex Pass, so
It's what, like $3 a month or some shit?
I just did the unlimited or the what is it, the all-time
Yeah.
one.
3 terabytes is not terrible. All right, create a new volume to begin storing data. Okay, hang on. So I do need to create a volume that covers up what I have available, right?
So you would create a volume on it, and so you can slice up different size volumes if you really wanted to, like make a backup volume and then mass storage volume, and then add a quota, or just create one volume for the whole thing.
I'm just fucking around with it for now, so I'll probably just do a static volume and just create a static for everything.
Yeah. If you can do it as a thin volume.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can do space allocation, multiple on-demand, storage, space usage, very flexible. It allows snapshots, thin volume, yeah. And then storage pool 1, free size, 3.14 terabytes. Okay. Must monitor space usage within provisioning. Please monitor storage pool to prevent free space from becoming too low. Low space might cause... Oh, it's just telling me that I will have to just keep an eye on it.
So it's only telling you that is if you have multiple pools, and because it won't be able to tell the size of a different pool. That's all. Because to both storage pools, they would look the same if you shared them.
Maximum volume size. All right, file system options, bytes per innodes. I have not done any of this in so long, I don't even remember any of this shit.
For what?
The bytes per inode. Maximum volume size.
I would just do defaults.
Whatever the default was.
Yeah.
Thin volume, capacity. Hang on, wait. Data volume 1. This is interesting. Okay. I still have most of this unallocated, but it will automatically allocate with a thin volume, right? As I need it. So having 90% of my drive unallocated is not going to restrict me.
So the thin volume, how it works is you say make it 2 terabytes. It lies to the share that it's 2 terabytes, but the underlying storage can be smaller. So it only makes sense if you have, like, you're doing multiple shares.
Gotcha.
So maybe just make it a thick volume to make it easy.
I've already started doing it the thin, so I'll just. Hey, I'm learning on the fly, right?
Yeah.
It's creating the default folders. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, it's not very big right now, but I think if I understand it correctly, if I start storing more stuff in it, it's dynamic, so it just pulls more space as it needs. It's not like just because it says this does not mean that's all that's going to be there.
Perfect.
So there's a pool guaranteed, because there's snapshot used 0. Pool guaranteed snapshot space is 10% of my drive. The volume /LUN is 2.9% of my drive, and unallocated is 86.9%.
I guess, yeah.
So it's still creating default folders and still creating all the default stuff. So I'll see what that is here in a minute. I think I understand what it's doing. Everything is different, so I'm just trying to base it off of, you know what I mean? It's also the way it does its thing instead of it being the way everybody else does it. Oh, yeah, that's right. When you're dealing with drives, everything takes for fucking ever. What you doing, by the way?
Me? Nothing.
You're just sitting back, enjoying and relaxing?
Yeah, I mean, earlier I was trying to see if a 3D model would be able to be printed. And it can. It'll just take 18 hours. So I'm going to start that in the morning after I switch the filament. One of my friends made a 3D model, so I was like, yeah, send me the file. I'm going to try to print it.
Okay, so thin volume currently has a capacity of 636 gigabytes, but a maximum value size of 127 terabytes. That's interesting.
I feel like something went wrong with that setup. The maximum should be
allocated. Okay, here we go. Allocated is no. This should be free is 600. This should, so why, this is not.
128 terabytes is the max size a file system can be.
Right. Bytes per inode. So I go over and it's allocated.
We want it to be the max of the pool, not of.
Yes. So let's go back to manage data. Resize volume. Set to pool capacity. Here we go. Because I'm not going to use separate data pools. I'll just use one data pool for everything I do. I understand why it's doing this is that you would set up different data pools for different things.
Yeah.
But you can just do it off of one data pool. So, as far as I know.
Yeah. So, like, you could have 2 disk in one pool and then 3 disk in another pool.
If
you really want.
if you wanted
really
to, or you can just have everything in the same pool and you're fine.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just set the data volume size to be the pool size, and that way it gives me everything in one chunk instead of having to.
Yep.
Because at 80% of 700 gigabytes or 600 gigabytes is not going to last me very long before it starts beeping at me. Maybe that's why it was upset that I was having problems with my drives.
Maybe.
Because it was only utilizing a little bit instead of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess if you're dealing with a lot of stuff where you've got apps and you're trying to transfer back and forth like data center wise, it would make sense that you would have different data volume pools so that you can navigate that or automate things a lot faster and easier, because you can just do everything on this drive as part of this, so everything on this drive can go, and not having to pick and choose what's going and what's staying.
Yeah,
Like
so
I get the reasons why, but
yeah, so like on my NAS, let me hop over there.
Watch me fly across the sea, circumventing my mortality.
This is why I like free NAS. It's a lot simpler to deal with.
yeah, this was given to me, so I wasn't gonna look a
Yeah.
gift horse in the mouth because I didn't have hardware. So if someone's gonna hand me a Qnap that's still getting updates, I'm not gonna turn it down.
Yeah. So I split my pool of 41 terabytes into Proxmox, backups, shares, and Time Machine.
Gotcha. Yeah, see, that makes sense.
So the shares is the only thing that gets backed up to Blackblaze. So
Gotcha.
that's like all like my mass media, like anything that Plex has, anything that I put onto the network share. And then Proxmox just gets backed up locally on that system, and then the secondary. So things I care about get uploaded to the cloud. But then like Time Machine, I make it a limit of 2 terabytes. That's the maximum it can use.
Yeah. This thing is now expanding still, so.
Yeah, that's gonna take a while.
It jumped to 68% and just sat there, so you know.
Yeah,
Going back to the whole it's not really what it says it is thing.
Yeah, I prefer seeing command output rather than a progress bar.
Yeah, it's fine. Not that you would see much in an output for resizing volume anyway.
Right, yeah.
It would just
Sometimes
be a
it doesn't
blinking
even tell you.
cursor.
Yeah.
Vbo's output is just a blinking cursor. I will be right back. Give me a sec.
Okay.
All right. Hey, look, it's ready now. So what does this thing say? Ah, there it is. Now it's looking correct. All right, now we can go to the App Center and we see what's already installed. Help desk, I can start. Malware remover, network and virtual switch, notification center, QTS SSL certificates, QLog center, and resource monitor 1.2. Looks like that's all that's installed. Okay. Now I would want a container station. Integrates both LXC and Docker virtualization technologies. LXC enables you to run Linux virtual machines. Huh. So we want some sort of container station. I'll install container stations. What else is in this thing? I can turn this into an IFTTT agent. I think
IFTT charge or usage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got
That's
the
a certain limit.
Yeah, I've got the container station installing. They have an Ubuntu Linux station? What is this? The Ubuntu Linux station allows you to install and run an Ubuntu Linux desktop platform on a Qnap NAS.
That sounds like an awful idea.
You can remotely access the Ubuntu Linux desktop using a web browser or by connecting a keyboard, mouse, and monitor directly to the NAS. Yikes.
They're just like, let's throw everything at it.
Virtualization Station, storage management and virtualization technologies turns the Qnap Turbo NAS into an appliance server and allows you to install virtual machines with Windows, Linux, Unix, Android operating systems. Versus the container, which is what I'm putting in right now because I'll do everything through containers. It's just easier.
Yeah.
And that's just the utilities. What else they got here? Surveillance. Content. I can install WordPress.
Of course. You can install everything on there.
Let's see. Developer tools. Python, Ruby, PHP, Perl, Node.js. JRE. I can install JRE 8.151.2.1 on here. Node.js 4, 6, and 8. Perl 5. PHP MyAdmin 4.9. I do Python 2.7 or 3.5. And Ruby on Rails. Interesting. Entertainment. Plex Media, Video Station, Twonky server. Home automation automatically install one-click installs as alarm clock, QMix agent, and SDDP 2.1. Oh, I can install McAfee antivirus 3.1.5.
Oh, that's amazing. At least it's not Norton with its crypto miner.
Right. Oh, I heard about that. Holy shit. How did they not get flamed? Well, they did kind of get flamed.
They did.
That's not something that you recover from very easily. Like that's not an easy thing to recover from when you fuck up that bad. I do have a malware remover, and I think I'm going to keep that installed.
I don't know how useful it is, but sure.
Okay, now I have Container Station. Now I can start fucking around with containers and see how that works. I'm updating the license center, which I think is just the licenses for running this thing. Recommended. Partners. Who do they have partnered up with? Oh, they got a few of these. Interesting. All right. Container Station. Let's see how easy this is. The system will automatically create a shared folder named Container to store images and containers.
That's what you want.
Start now. Brings up a loading screen, like every fucking thing else. Let's see, I can close that for now. I can close that now.
I sent the link to the Qnap install instructions.
Container Station version 3.0 later is ending support for LXC containers. Qnap recommends using LXD for improved user experience to manage your Linux containers.
I was gonna say LXC is the way to go, but yeah, LXD is the new control plane for it.
That's what it's saying. It recommends migrating to LXD. That's not terrible. All right, create.
LXD is thin provision Linux. That's all it is. I mean, Docker is too, but they do it in their own way.
Holy shit, there's already a Home Assistant one-click install on this thing.
Oh, even better.
Install Home Assistant. Auto start, memory limits, CPU limits, command. I'm just going to keep Home Assistant 1. That's fine. Command and entry point. Let's see.
Did you see the instructions I sent?
Yeah. I'm looking at it right now.
Didn't have to change much besides
Within
where the config file.
shared. Okay, hang on. Shared folders. Click on volume from host. Add and choose either an existing folder or add a new folder. The mount point has to be /config. So, advanced. Shared
This is
folder.
so your config gets saved on restore or on updates.
Volume from host add. Volume from host add. Add a new folder and then the mount point /config. So I just call it whatever the host path that I want.
Yep. Yeah, so you'd put it under your storage and then you would set the path to it.
Doesn't look like. Hang on. I need to add that file first, though. Do folder first, don't I? In this, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think it creates it.
Unless no, it does not create it. So I need to. Not the control panel. File station. New folder. And call this, is it Home Assistant, right? Is what it's called?
Yep.
HA config.
Until I tell you about Room Assistant.
Refresh that. Public HA config. There we are. And then mount point to /config. And right. And then it says with a network, select network mode to host.
You don't have to change that. Oh yeah, you have to set it to host. Right.
Create. Enable, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Creating background tasks. What else is built into this thing? GitLab? An apt mirroring server? That's kind of nice. Okay, overview, no container. Oh, it's still loading. It's still creating it, I'm sure. Did it fail? Your home assistant within Docker should now run and will serve web interface from port 8123 under Docker host, which will be my
IP of your
Qnap.
host. Yep. You could also try homeassistant.local.8123. That should work.
Right now, oh, it's download. Oh, here it is, creating. Now I see where this thing is coming in at. All right, and completed. CPU, memory. Okay. So now I should be able to. What did I say it was? 8123. Welcome home. Configuring your home assistant, available components, troubleshooting your configuration. This is already seeing some of this stuff. Available components. If I do the Google Assistant, will it automatically pull everything in from what I have in Google Assistant?
So Google Assistant is not what you think it is.
Okay.
Google Assistant exposes Home Assistant to Google.
Allows you to control things via Google Assistant on your mobile, tablet, or Google Home device.
Yeah.
So this is what you would use to...
That's what I use. Right
to...
now for...
Okay. Warning, to use Google Assistant, your Home Assistant configuration has to be externally accessible with a host name and SSL certificate. If you haven't already configured that, you should do that before continuing. Hey?
So you need to do Let's Encrypt.
Configuring Home Assistant. General, validate, customization, automation, script, server management. Customizations, automations, scripts. Okay, now what do I need to do with this?
What are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to figure out how to get things in here and to do. You said something about Let's Encrypt, but that's on my NAS, or is that through this thing?
So you're gonna need to. It's a. What's the quickest way of getting you set up?
I might just spend a couple of days and pour over the Home Assistant's documentation stuff.
So you need to have it expose Home Assistant to the outside internet. You have to set up a valid certificate.
Oh, gotcha. I understand. Okay, that's going to be a little bit more than I'm going to do on here right now.
Yeah, so for the outside internet, you would have to expose port 443 to 8123. Or you could do install the what is it? What is the add-on I use? It is configuration.
Holy shit, I can create Minecraft servers?
You could.
I'm not going to, but the fact that I could is kind of interesting.
Nginx Proxy Manager. That's what I use to deal with everything for mine. Or you can even do Cloudflare tunnel. And not even have to open up your firewall.
I wonder if Orbi has something built in where I can make that pathway a little bit easier too.
Well, you would point 443 to 8123.
Yeah. What's up, fat kid? How was Super People?
Yeah, it was okay. Playing with complete new. So, pretty much the same as playing with you. Got him.
Ouch.
So, what do you use for, like, remote file access, Trident?
Remote file access? I don't.
That's not how.
Like, what are you trying to do?
Replacing our MyCloud.
If you want like a Dropbox-like system, Nextcloud.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you if you heard of OwnCloud or Nextcloud.
Yeah, Nextcloud is the one everybody uses. It's a fork of OwnCloud.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah. But that's what I would use. I mean, I haven't set it up yet. I plan on to it.
I could probably, actually use my Linux box for something.
Yeah,
Honestly, I'd be tempted just to slap the MyCloud down as an external drive to the Linux box. And
I mean, you could.
'cause everything's already on there.
All right, well. All right, well, I've gotten it started. So there we go.
Oh. Now you can import Philips. You can import Lifx.
It automatically sees some of my stuff, like my homes. Like
which ones?
Like my master bedroom, so like my Nest Minis and my Google Homes.
Oh yeah, that it can integrate with.
It automatically sees them, is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
which was weird.
Those work on broadcast, so everything can see them.
Oh, gotcha. Yep, my Roku and my...
So
There's Chrome or Simpson. So all of my Chromecasts, my Roku, and my Google Homes are all on here.
Yeah. So for the Google Homes, if you want to do something kind of cool, you can have Home Assistant announce over them. So once
Text
you
to
set
speak.
up yeah. So you can have an automation that does something, and when it's done, it says it. That's what I do with my washer and dryer. Is it monitors to see when it's done and then announces it.
Because you have a smart washer and dryer that connects
no, I don't
to.
have a smart washer and dryer.
So how do you? Something just listens for the noise, or what?
No, I have outlets on them that monitor power.
Oh, yeah, that's.
So when they're not using power, it means they're done.
Oh, that would be interesting. What do you use for your smart outlets?
So I sent the photo of them in the chat a few weeks back.
Yeah. Was in this chat a few weeks back.
It was they're I think what $10 on Amazon. It's the Sonoff plug. But yeah, they have power monitoring and
Oh, they're just a smart plug that just plugs in.
yeah, I mean it's
like a relay plug.
Wi-Fi outlet.
Yeah.
But I flash it with Tasmota, which works better for me. Otherwise, you'd have to use their app, which also integrates, but I'd rather have local control versus needing a cloud service. That's where my whole thing is. Like, 99% of my smart home things can be locally controlled without internet access.
Yeah. And that's where I'm kind of like, okay, if I'm going to take this to the next level, I'm going to start replacing things slowly to stuff that I can do that without bridges or other. Like, that's one of the reasons why I want to get away eventually from my Philips Hue, is because then I won't need the damn bridge anymore.
So you can get rid of the bridge, but keep Hue.
Because I've got the Home Assistant, I just connect it through that way.
Yeah, so what you need to pick up is a Zigbee dongle that plugs into your NAS. Actually, there are Zigbee like hubs that you can use, but just get the dongle, it's cheaper.
Yeah, cheaper. They're still not cheap.
Which ones are you looking at?
I don't know. I'm just looking on these things. They're about $40 to $50.
The one I have is the Go Control HUSB Zigbee and Z-Wave combination stick.
HUSB ZB.
Yep, it's
$48.
yes, but it does both sticks in one.
Interesting. So it'll do both Z-Wave and Zigbee.
Yep. So you can get into those as well. But yeah, the for Hue, I believe all you have to do is reset the device and then repair it, but use the stick as the hub instead.
Jesus Christ, the manual for the Power Connect 54 system that I have for my managed. I just found a user manual for it on Dell. It's 444 pages long.
Is it in multiple languages or just that long? All English, probably.
All English.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm trying to decide right now if I just need to get a bigger unmanaged or if I need a managed. I don't think I need a managed switch.
You probably don't need a managed switch.
I'm beginning to think that I might be able to just offload that somewhere else to someone that needs a managed switch or hang on to it in case it ever comes up. But I
Sell it
just...
on Home Lab sales. People will buy it for the
Where?
right price. Home Lab sales, Reddit. There's also a Discord, Home Lab.
Homeland Sales. Because I've got some rack servers that I'll probably never use as well that I might dump off on here.
Yeah.
If someone would even be willing to buy it.
Yeah, it might be free to a good home.
Yeah.
And then you'll have,
And then I'll have to crate it and ship it.
well, local only.
Actually, living in Fort Wayne, I'm 3 hours from Detroit, 3 hours from Chicago, and 3 hours from Indianapolis. I can pretty much get it to one of those places. That's actually a huge... If I'm willing to go 3 hours to meet in one of those three cities, I'm sure that someone, a free to a good home, that's enough population coverage that I might be able to be halfway decent.
Yeah. Although then you'll have the commenter be like, it's cheaper to just trash it because of the power usage.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately is true for most of the older stuff.
Yeah, I gotta figure out, because I had someone offload it to me because that was like, okay, I'll see what I can do with it, but it might end up just being a power problem.
Yeah.
All right, if I'm looking for unmanaged 8-port.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with like a TrendNet or Netgear unmanaged switch. As long as it's the metal case, that's the requirement of those. Then they'll last a while. But one thing my Home Assistant does is it creates AirPlay devices for all my Chromecasts.
Ooh.
So if you're on my Wi-Fi and you have an iPhone, you can cast to the Chromecast.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah. Although it's a Docker container, so it actually isn't in Home Assistant, so you can just add that container.
Yeah, now that I have something that can run containers, and now that I'm kind of understanding, I can, like, there's a lot more that I can do with this. Netgear, that looks like a metal body. GS308. 8-port gigabit Ethernet unmanaged switch. The GS308. Home network hub, office Ethernet splitter, plug and play, silent operation, desktop or wall mount. $21.99.
What's the use of fancy clothes if nothing on the noggin grows? You're the cause of all my sorrow here today, gone tomorrow, going.
Wait, have these things gone down in price, or is it just... Here,
What, switches?
Yeah, I'm gonna send this to you. I'll just drop it in mod chat. Make sure this is one that you're talking about.
Yeah, that one works.
Yep, metal.
What comes with the enhanced version?
Enhanced features.
Software. Basic managed capabilities. That's weird. Probably not worth it.
To configure, secure, and monitor your network.
It's for setting up VLANs, that's it.
Yeah, not for twice as much, but $21.99 for an 8-port's not bad.
No.
And delete that, and I can delete that. And I believe I already have like $10 from a return. $9.50 from a return, so I will pay $14.03 for it. And apparently I can get it tomorrow.
Even better.
Sweet. And it'll be better than the one that I currently have, which is a 5-port plastic top. If this is what I'm upgrading from. Yeah, this is what I've got. So this is what I'm upgrading from, and that's what I'm upgrading. So you got what I'm upgrading to. Which it wasn't terrible, it just wasn't enough ports for me now.
That's always how it happens.
And it's a plastic body instead of the metal body, which is better for longevity.
I feel like the metal ones are built better.
Yeah. I will probably end up taking this one and putting it upstairs underneath the TV, and that way I can connect in anything that I've got up at the TV into it to route back down. If that would even work. What is the whole deal with switch to switch? Will that work?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you don't create a loop.
Just no looping it. Just having one connection between the two and leave it at that. Oh yeah, because it's a switch. It doesn't give... Yeah, because everything's routed through the router, so it's just extension cords. Is pretty much what that does end up being. Alright, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock already? Jesus Christ. Well, cool. I think this is one of the first times I've done a complete Sunday one where I've just been nothing but just chatting.
Yeah, games are overrated.
I'll play RuneScape tomorrow and then Star Citizen on Tuesday. Games tend to be overrated sometimes. A couple friends and I are putting together a Star Trek podcast where we watch and review pretty much every episode of Star Trek.
Sounds like fun.
So 3 of us are Star Trek fans. We've long time Star Trek fans. And one friend, Zingwing, is a Star Wars fan, has seen some Star Trek here and there, but have never actually watched Star Trek. So for a lot of this stuff, it will be his first watch through ever. And what we'll do is we'll just take, 10 or 15 minutes per episode or something, and we're going to watch through every piece of Star Trek from, well, all of them, and we'll just kind of give a synopsis of what we all thought and everything about each episode, and just push through. We're going to go chronologically for canon. So we'll start with Star Trek Enterprise, which is probably the worst series out of all of them, which means all of the chemistry issues that people have when they first start doing stuff together and everything else gets all worked out on the shitty series, and by the time it gets to good Star Trek, we should be pretty secure up with everybody. But I'm kind of taking sort of a inspiration from Red Letter Media and a few other places that kind of do review stuff, and we'll just have the four of us in a group, and it's going to be mostly audio based, which means I'll have to do something fancy for video side because we live well apart, the four of us.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it should be fun. I think we already found our... Well, the name kind of stuck after being a joke because it was... We didn't know what we were going to call it, so we just called it the Untitled Star Trek Podcast. And then it kind of stuck. But I think instead of podcast, I think we renamed it to Project. But yeah, it's just kind of a goofy... I don't know if we're going to call it podcast or project yet, but we'll figure something out. It's going to be USTP, whatever it is. I won't be hosting it on my channel, but I'll be referencing it quite a bit. And then we're going to use Discord to record, and then I'm going to use Craig so that I can get separate audio files for each participant.
Yeah, Discord audio sucks.
Discord audio sucks, but to get Craig is a bot that's kind of nice for that, because it will record every participant in a audio channel as separate audio files.
How does that work?
I think it registers who's coming in, because so like Discord, obviously, the individuals are separated, but I guess it's a bot. Let me see if I can find the website for it, because it's kind of interesting. Here is... What is this? Oh, those are what you've got going on?
Yeah, those are all the add-ons that I use. Some of those will be useful for you.
So yeah, I guess it can...
I mean, your Discord currently has 128 kilobits per second audio quality, so it's better.
Yeah, no, it's not terrible. I think that's because it's boost. Do we get better audio from boosted?
It is because boosted, yeah.
Yeah.
Base is only 96. if we get how many more boosts? 7 more? No,
5 more.
5 more boosts? Yeah, we can have 256. We can have decent NPC quality.
So yeah, I was thinking about doing this or finding out if there was a way that I can record, and mostly because this way it records multi-track voice channel recording. So every participant's its own track, and then I can then alter the levels to even everybody out. And have even more audio control that way. And then I don't know how we're gonna, if I'm just gonna, because none of us are doing video side, so, because one of the participants has got shit internet to begin with. Because he lives out in the middle of nowhere.
Damn it.
What's up?
Oh, I just made a transition and Hearthstone and died because of it.
I should start playing that game again. You guys watching the Olympics when it comes up?
Probably not.
All right. Well, I think I am going to be done for the night. Go hang out with the wife for a little bit before we all head for bed. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys.
You're welcome.
Go grab dinner, so...
All right.
Yeah. Okay, I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
Me too.
Minute. All right, guys, that wraps it for me tonight. I'll be back tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming out. I know it was a little different of a stream than what I usually do, but all for trying stuff new. Appreciate you guys, and we will see you all tomorrow. Have a great night. Be safe out there.
Seems like every day a brand new face that I can't tell from all the others. Sings forgettably and sells a million discs, and I just sit here in a heap of crumpled papers, staring at an empty page while Andy Warhol's ghost is laughing. So is it that I just don't get the bigger picture? Am I too naive